Fantastic.
Click open browser today, and I'm getting to just this can't reach page. Did that happen to you too?
Have you tried turning it off and back on
No.
your computer? Step one, yeah.
Yeah, clear the cache. And let's. I clicked accept hotspot, it actually brought up the Verge login and I clicked login and it kept bouncing. Just had this like forever bouncing, then I closed it out. I'll try it again. Restart.
Yeah, exactly. It heard you. There's this comedian, and he was talking about AI and how people are just, so he showed a clip of like this kid was asking Siri something or whatever, and she said, "Thank you, Siri." And the mom said, "You don't have to thank it. It's just a robot." And so the comedian was like, "No, you need to thank it. You need to be very nice to these things because they're going to take over." And he said, "I'm talking to Siri. I'm asking Siri if I can look up stuff for her."
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Something like that. I don't know if we can take one, but
Mm.
that way they'll recognize you one day, like, no, they were against you, but let them go.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
It's funny, I'll make jokes, but I need to take a chat GPT.
Oh, heck yeah. I'll pay. Yeah. I'll pay that extra token, you know. Thank you. You're so helpful. You look pretty today.
Maybe my mom, so we'll have a conversation,
Mm.
talk to her like she's a person.
Right.
Gotta be nice to her.
Yeah, absolutely. What's today? It's 15th.
Now, look at it.
There you go.
That line.
Yep.
Imagine that working.
If you have not seen IT Crowd, you got to watch IT Crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Hilarious. IT Crowd, the show. Yep. It's hilarious. It's a British show. I'd say. Yeah. Very funny. Four seasons, I think. Yeah, it's really good. But the Off and Back On is a very big meme in there. Yeah. I do. Yeah. Yeah. Right. There's so much out there. It's hard to keep up. Eric, for the attendance thread, it's not for any sort of accountability purposes. It's just So we know like how many people are coming to class, basically.
Saying I'm not gonna call my parents.
I mean, I might.
We already did actually.
Yeah,
You
they
just
already
rolled
know,
it.
right?
I get a lot of calls.
Yeah.
She makes the grades, she's like, what grades are showing up to school? Oh,
Yeah. You gotta,
see, you're on her side.
I am, so here you go, I love school. Hated going, and I'm still that person, like, I mean, I will work hard every single day, all day long, but I'm gonna do it from home, I don't know what it is, I can't, if my husband makes fun of me, I can't, he actually drives me up here to this, so I can show up. I'm serious, it's not me showing up, guys, my husband is a super trucker, and likes to be places 30 minutes early, so I'm never gonna be late when he takes me. But yeah, I'm kind of on the side of that, because I would get really good grades. And I love my work, I just hated people in school. You know, people are mean, they're dumb.
My guy, she's 17, but my guy, philosophy or my quote I heard when I started my career was 80% of life is shown.
hmm,
And that's got me through college because I was always smart, but you didn't show up, you didn't pass college. Showing up to this class every week, right, is gonna get you through it. Showing up to work when you don't want to be there. You can show up in life, you're gonna have more success than people. I'm trying to teach you that, which is I don't talk 1% of my class. Why do I have to do this?
it's, I mean, you could be the best employee of the world in the world, but if you don't show up,
Exactly.
yeah, how you gonna
That's
help?
what I try to explain. It's like, I know you now, but this is what's gonna lead into college. If I can't force you when you're in college to go to class. But that's why most of my friends did it poorly in college, is because they didn't show up to class, whereas I did, graduate, so all I did was show up to class.
So Leslie, I made an attendance thread and a class thread. You put
I
here,
didn't show up.
you put here in the class thread, yeah. I know I haven't made a class thread before. I'm gonna try to get in the habit of doing this for class stuff. You're good. All right. There you go. Never happened.
Here.
Is that podcast gonna just like be similar to like Silicon Valley, the show? or-
No, nothing like it. Nope. I've been asked that before.
What does the shirt say? Or walking around like they rent the place.
Yeah.
Hello.
Keep you on your toes, you know?
Keeps your brain, right, like, your brain's constantly changing. So information. Well,
Yeah, get here early 2 months in the middle.
That's over there for the glare.
Okay, all right, so I promised y'all a couple things. One, the story about JavaScript, and two, we're gonna talk about multi-dimensional arrays. So I shared a podcast, it's really good, it's 8 episodes. It's like the history of Silicon Valley, it's really good. Danny Fortson is the podcaster, and he also has his own podcast called Danny in the Valley, and then is now doing the Tech Times podcast. Really good. This morning they were talking about the Hinge dating app and like that whole community. But anyway, it's really good if you like podcasts. The Tales of Silicon Valley though is again eight episodes, kind of a history. It's really well done. In there they talk about JavaScript and how it got created. So I'll give you the brief story. 1995, the internet was just basically HTML with a little bit of style, right? There was no functionality to it. And Netscape, I think, was like the big mamma jamba back then. So they told, they were like, we need like some functionality here. Like, this is cool, but we need to be able to do things. And so they told a developer, Brandon, I don't know, Brandon something. Quick Google away if you want to find that. They said, we need a language and we need it in 10 days. And so in 10 days, he created this language that could, do everything nowadays, not nowadays, but make it clickable, right? And make it functional on the web. So you could actually do things. You could send forms, you could, make buttons move, all that cool stuff. When they were trying to think of the name of it, the most popular language at the time was Java, right? And so they're like, we need this to be popular so we could call it something close to that. And so they decided JavaScript. And henceforth, the confusion of Java and JavaScript ever since. And so people, like Emily said, she was on stage at a presentation talking about web stuff and kept talking about Java. And so all the web devs in the crowd are like, what the hell is she talking about? And so she got told in front of, 200 people, yeah, it's JavaScript, not Java. So very good thing to know the difference. There's entirely different things. So that's the quick history. Again, listen to the podcast. I'll tell you more about it, but it's pretty neat. Okay, multidimensional arrays. I'm going to draw on the board for this one. So again, multidimensional arrays you're not going to use very often, depending on what you do. If you're doing game stuff, you might use it more often. But a regular array, right, we're used to like 1, 2, cats, handwriting verbal, whatever, blah, blah, right? In a row. 1 thing, 0, 1, 2, so, right? Makes sense? Yeah, so multi-dimensional would be, we have so, right, we have an array, we have arrays within arrays. So to access this guy, you know that this is our 0 index, right? So this is 0. And then in the array, we know that this is our 0 index, right? So 0, 0. So if this array is all array, right? And we can do array position 0, 0, right? Because we're going to the first 0 point for this guy, and then the first 0 point right there. Make sense?
Yes.
Cool. So if we want to get like cats, we would go 0, 1, and then 0, right? So we array cats. 1, 0. Cool.
How many softwares can go and how far is it?
Or you can make it array within array within array.
And then you just continue 1, 0, 5, whatever.
Yeah, you just would drill down is what we say into it. I'll show you the Pokemon one, and that one has a lot of objects within arrays, within objects within arrays. So, again, this is more of like if you were playing like Minesweeper, right? So you have like little blocks everywhere, so on. And so if you needed to access the mine at like 1, 0, or whatever, that's where that would come. So for the purposes of web and software development, it's all about data, right? We need to know the data. And so to do that, that's where we'll do our drilling down. All right. I'll share this link with you guys. So I'm going to put everything we're doing in class today, I'm going to put in the class thread, try to keep that organized from here on out. And I did start my Zoom, so good there. I think last time I started like 15 minutes in. I don't know if you noticed.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, the Pokemon API. And we'll actually use this when we get to the intermediate JavaScript when we're on the back end. You can use APIs in the front end and you will use APIs in the front end. But most of the time you want your server to handle that kind of stuff because it's going to be more energy intensive. And if you're doing with a database, you need to keep it secure, right? So that's in the future. For now though, basically you can go to this URL right here, right there. You can, we'll learn about fetch in the future, but you can fetch data from it and it's going to send you back this big old object, right? So let's see if we can view raw JSON. So it's going to look like this when you get it back. So this is an object start with curly brackets, right? And then within it, you have an abilities array, because you got a square bracket, right? Oh, make it bigger. Yeah. There we go. Okay. All right, yeah. So we got object, right? So the whole thing is an object. Within the object, we have an abilities array because we have a square bracket, right? So within the abilities array, we have another object, which has an ability object, which has a key value pair for these two, so key value, so on. And so we have in the abilities array, we have one object, two objects, and then the array ends. So we got two objects within there that have objects within them that have key value pairs. Okay. That may be a little overwhelming, a lot overwhelming. But we'll get data like this and we'll have to drill down into it to get what we actually want. So if we wanted to display the name, these are abilities. Hold on. If we want to get the name of this Pokemon, then we'd have to go through all this. Look at it all. There's a lot of data, right?
There's a forms key, someone in the top.
Does that have the name in it? Oh, perfect. Yep. So right here, we have a forms key, right? And then within there, we have an object with a key named name that a value ditto. So if we wanted to get the name of this Pokemon, we would have to drill down to get over there and get that. Cool. Cool. So this is a lot more of what you'll see rather than just the multidimensional arrays. Stuff like this where you're actually going to get it. And there are arrays within arrays here and arrays within objects and such. But it's much less of that and much more of like key value pair kind of stuff. Cool. All right. Sweet. Yep. So I shared that with you guys. So you can look at it later if you want to. So today we're going to talk about functions and scope. Exciting. Any questions about the homework before we dive in? You good?
I'll ask you a question about maybe later.
Okay. Cool. So did functions kind of sort of make sense? Anybody super lost on them? We're going to go over them in detail. But pretty easy. You good? Cool. Y'all know it already? Don't need me? Okay. Okay.
It feels like a little bit like, oh, really, what is this for? Kind of feeling what
Okay.
I'm doing it, but I felt that way last time and it made more sense when you showed.
Gotcha.
So I'm hoping that just happens this time.
Cool. I hope so too.
Honest perspective of what I was feeling. I was
I
like,
love it. Yeah.
just walking through the motions and like, I'm just gonna trust this is gonna click.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, we'll make it make sense. We'll go over some definitions real quick. Is this color contrast good? I was really struggling with color contrast last night. That's readable?
You can see it.
Okay,
A
good.
little small.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely zoom it in. There we go. And move. Why am I over there? Get out of here, dude. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I had like a green background and like red text, and that was awful. Then I asked ChatGPT, like, what should I do for color contrast? It said light background with white text. It's super helpful. So, okay. So a function is, as it says, a block of reusable code designed for a specific task. Okay. It can take in input parameters, which are called parameters, process them and return an output. So, everyone know what the dry principle is, right? We talked about this. Don't repeat yourself.
I didn't. know.
Don't repeat yourself. Oh, the DRY principle, DRY. Yep. So the whole, like our whole mentality as programmers is we don't want to repeat ourselves, right? Like that's the whole thing we're doing here is making things, so we don't do the same thing over and over again. So functions are that block of reusable code that helps not to repeat yourself. So if you need to get a random number, instead of writing out something to get that random number each time, you can put that in a function and then just call that function or invoke that function. Question. Yeah, functions are the lifeblood of everything we do. Very important. And they're not hard to understand once you see the parts. Let me see here. So have example.
Can you make that?
Yep. Yep. Don't need this side right now. Is that good? Okay, cool. Okay. So a function declaration, and I'll pass out all my stuff to you guys. Is how you declare a function. So you're defining the function, right? You're telling it what you want it to be, what you want it to do. And that you use the function keyword. And there's several ways to do this, but this is the good standard way to do it. And then you give it a name. So this one is a greet function. Okay. So that's the name of it. You can give it parameters. Okay. So name in this case is the parameter. Name the word, like the string or the text name here doesn't really matter. You can give it whatever you want. As long as you use that within your function, then it's going to work. Okay. So function to start declaring it, name of the function being greet, and then parameters that you want to pass in. Okay. You don't have to have parameters. If you just wanted to get a random number, no need to pass a parameter to it. Okay. Then within the function body, so in here, is going to be the code you want to execute. Okay. In this case, we're just we're going to return from the function. So we're going to get back from the function the string hello with whatever name you passed into it. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. So if we were to run this, we would see, to call the function. So here we're just defining the function. If you just do this and never call it, it's never going to run. Okay. You have to actually tell it that you want to call it or invoke it. Okay. Just some keywords. So to do that inside this console log, we're using the name of the function, greet, and then we're passing in an argument of the string Alice. Okay. So arguments you pass into the function, parameters are what you use within the function. So you can think about the parameter name here as a temporary variable that's going to hold the string Alice. Does that make sense? Cool. So when we print this, then it will output hello Alice because we gave it that name, that string Alice within that name parameter. So we pass the argument Alice to the parameter name. Cool. Okay. Sweet. So again, this is how you declare a function declaration. This is how you call the function or invoke the function. It doesn't have to be in a console log. We're just doing that here so we can just see it.
I was wondering.
Yep. No.
Return greets.
Say again.
Instead of return greet, instead of console log.
You wouldn't return it. So you're returning from the function. So you could just call it by just doing discrete and then Levi, right? So you could call it this way, and then it's not gonna console log it because we didn't put a console log in, but it would run the function. So in this case, like if we wanted to get, let's say it was a random number function, we could say let random number, and we'll go over returns a little bit more, equals, and just say this was like, returned a random number. So that random number would then be stored in our random number variable that we could use later on, or we could console log it either way. Okay, and we'll go over that a little bit later. Okay, so function declaration, again, this is where you define your function. Starting with function keyword, then the name, then parentheses, whatever you want to pass in if you need to. and then the curly brackets, okay? So you gotta get used to, like, that's how you have to do it that way, okay? Or, just because there's always an or, you can do a function expression. So a function expression, the only difference is that the return value you are assigning to a variable. Well, let me move that up. Okay. So instead of just straight up doing function, blah, 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 whatever, you are saying, I want a variable. In this case, we're making it const because it's not going to change. Greet to equals whatever your function is. So the return, so this string hello, whoever, Bob in this case, is going to be stored within that variable. So just kind of like we did with that random number, quick example. That's a function expression. Okay. So declaration is just the function. Expression is the function that has a variable that's going to save that return in there. Okay. And then the actual.
Is the expression depending on the declaration still, or is that something completely different?
So we are defining it here, just like we were. It's just instead of it just sitting there, we are giving it a variable to return to. Because sometimes you won't need to return anything. You may run like I don't know, like say you have a function that updates times in your database for some reason. I don't know. Like you could just run that function and it's going to do whatever you told it to do and never return a value. And so in that case, you wouldn't need an expression because you don't want anything back. You just want to run the function. So you would just declare it somewhere on your page and then just call it at whatever point. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm not understanding how the function expression can be reused later. You know, because the function declaration, you just call that many times and assign it to various things that you need, but that looks like it's limited to only using it when you're trying to set root to.
I would say that's pretty accurate. Would you say? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if you are going to reuse it, then definitely you do a declaration instead of an expression.
You'll probably rarely have it.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously you can definitely make a declaration and then use it later on with a variable like we did the random number thing. And you get it, get your return back there. So, however, in interviews, they may ask you what's the difference between declaration and expression. So now you know. Let's see what the actual thing says. So a way to define a function using the function keyword. Oh, that's declaration. Function assigned to a variable. Okay, another thing to remember, they're not hoisted. We'll talk about hoisted in a little bit. We'll talk about it right now. So when you define a function, so when you do a function declaration, and you're going to call it somewhere on your page, right? Does not matter where you put the function or calling it, because what JavaScript does is it gets all those functions and all those variables you made and everything else, and it pulls those or hoists those to the top of your JavaScript. Okay, so you could use them anywhere. So you could declare your function underneath where you're actually calling it in your code, and it's going to work just fine because it hoists that all those up to the top of the page, so it knows about them. With the expression, sort of like what you're saying, it does not get hoisted. It just happens where you call it and gets shoved. The return gets put in that variable.
Is it common to do that when you have your expression? Like that.
Depends. I think when I was first starting, I wanted to be super organized. And so I made sections like all my functions are going to be down here, and then my running code is going to be up here, so that I can just call them and I can look down there or up there. Just depends. Yeah. I mean, clean code, obviously, you want clean code, but a lot of times you'll just have craps, stuck in it.
Change the function up to that
Hmm.
function.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the big difference, the not being hoisted. Yeah. Anything else on that? Got some furrowed brows. Well, when we start getting into the code, you'll kind of see how it gets hoisted. Hoisting is very important. And you don't have to do anything to make it hoist. It just does that. Again, that's probably something you'd see on a programming interview or something. Like, what is hoisting? All right, let's go back over here. Okay, arrow functions, don't take too much into account for this. This is a more, so ES6 syntax. So, okay, ECMAScript is the, what would you say, like governing body or maybe, no, I lost too. Like a standard, it's like a standard for JavaScript. So there's like this consortium of people that get together and talk about JavaScript all day. And they make these standards, right? So they're probably very nerdy, I don't know. But and so ES5 was the standard for a long time. I don't know what 1 through 4 was, but 5 has been a standard for a long time. And so 5 would be this this way of declaring a function, right? Just a function keyword as we discussed. When ES6 came along in 2015 or something, they said, all right, we need, everything's grown a lot since we've last got together. So we need new modern ways to do things. And so the arrow function is one of those new modern ways. You can still use function blah, blah, blah till the day you die. It's fine. With the arrow function, it's a shorter, simpler way to do it. And as we'll see over here, and this is going to be confusing, but it does not bind to its own this value. Okay. So there used to be a thing where you'd have to put, when classes were really big, where you'd have to do like this dot whatever, which would not assign it, but it would refer to something within the class. We don't really have to do that much anymore because React and everything is function based. But the arrow syntax allowed it to be used in its surrounding scope. So anyway, forget all of that stuff. Not a big deal. Just know that arrow functions are there and you're going to see them. And then you'll use them and they'll be great. Okay. Parameters we talked about. So parameters are whatever is in your parentheses that you're passing into the function or you're using in the function. So like name, over here. So for instance, right here, name and age are both your parameters, right? So they're kind of like that temporary variable you're going to use based on the arguments you pass in. Okay. Arguments are going to be what you pass in. So in this case, Dave and 25 are the arguments. So Dave is the first one, right? So it's going to name, the name parameter is going to be Dave, string Dave. And then 25 is the second one. So it's going to be age, the age parameter. Make sense? Yes.
So when you're declaring arguments, how would you force it? Like, could you force age to be a string? Would you do that in the declaration function?
You can. So you're talking more like TypeScript kind of stuff. Yeah.
Like you expect age to be different.
Exactly. So with JavaScript, there are ways to do type, I guess type declarations, you would say. We're not going to do that. But there's really, when you get into TypeScript, you do stuff like you can do, this file does not have TypeScript. So, but you can do colon number to give it a type. And then in TypeScript, it'll warn you and say, hey, you passed in a string or whatever. It's supposed to be a number. For JavaScript without using any sort of type coercion or whatever, you could just add some validations. So inside here, we could say if age, actually, we did type of last week, right? So if type of age, my super maven is helping me. Yeah, so if type of age is not a number, then, throw this error or whatever. So that would be the way to do it currently without actually getting into types and everything else. It's a great question though. There's a guy, he was at Thunder Plains last year. What's his name? Forgot his name, but he's huge on JavaScript well, he's huge on hating TypeScript. And, but he shows that in JavaScript, you can do your own type stuff and not ever need to worry about the shackles of TypeScript. So I'll find him and put him out, but he's very, very knowledgeable and very hard to go down the rabbit hole with him sometimes, but he has very good points. But yeah, so in JavaScript, pretty much that's the only way we're gonna handle those types.
In JavaScript, because of the way you're passing the 25 in, we'll assume it's a number, right? So that if statement that you did would only fail as if you put it in the quotes, right?
Yep, yeah, if you were to pass like 25 or a string of anything, like I'm a string, like an object, you could pass in an object, page 25, like anything that ended up not being that type of number, it's gonna error at. Yep. Need to turn off my Super Maven. Super Maven is, as you can see, it's kind of a AI code completer thing, super helpful. Don't use it yet. Cool. So yeah, parameters are again the temporary variables that you're going to use passing it in. Arguments are what you're actually going to pass when you call or invoke the function, the actual data you're going to pass in there. Clear? Good. Okay. Sweet. Return statement. So again, not all functions will have a return. If you just need it to run, do something, whatever it is, and you don't need any data back, perfectly fine. You know, like I said earlier, kind of updating times in a database or, I don't know, what else would you do without a return?
Setting global variables. You wouldn't have to return your variable since it's a global scope.
So that's a good segue into scope. And no, you would, yeah, so anyway, that's the end of return, right? So you're either gonna return something back from a function, and it could be anything, an object, whatever it is that you end up with that you need back to do something with later, or you're not. There are a couple other well, that'd be a loop. Okay, that's it on that. Scope. So if you were to define, so you're saying, let me go down here at the bottom. Define a function. So let's say function make.
Function, let's struggle with it. Excitement.
Okay,
So return my global.
return my global.
Function my global.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, no worries. Gotcha. We can name it whatever we want. Function names, you name whatever you want, right? Just again, it needs to not have any spaces in the name. Okay. And I think there's other rules, but specific, really that's about it. So you could do it camel case, you can do it hyphens in the middle, screaming snake case, whatever you want. Mostly camel case. Okay, does it have any parameters?
Okay. Should I read it to you?
Yeah.
So it says using batch or constant, declare a global variable named my global outside of any function, initialize it with a value of 10. Does that make sense?
Can you share it in the chat? Or well, okay, I'll go back to my other example real quick. So you're saying, Robert, if we have a function my global, and then we're gonna make global variables in here?
Well, the global variable, I think, would be defined outside of the function, but it would be like a let rather than a constant, since you want to update it or whatnot there.
Okay.
You know, but if you were to update its value within the function, you wouldn't have to return the variable. Since it's globally defined, it would just be stored in the memory as whatever you set it. So you can update that global variable with any number of functions and not have to ever return it.
You're saying something like that?
Yeah. Only I wouldn't express it as an expression, it would be more of a declaration.
You're saying that, and then we would, later down the page, we could update it like this?
You know, that's where you would define it, so right there, let my global equal 0. And then within the function, they're setting it to 2. So you wouldn't have to return my global variable, since it's global, it sets that in memory, and you don't have to like change it or return it at all.
I think what they're saying is global variable already exists in the beginning, and then later you can change it, but just since it's global.
Mhm.
Then you wouldn't have to return that variable. So any number of functions could update the global variable without having to return its value to whatever column.
Okay, yes, then I changed my answer. Yeah, if you had a global, like up here. So say this top of your script, right? And so you have a function that does something. So let's say like, add, I don't know, 1, 2 global.
Some of the different type of people want.
Nah. You mean like that?
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then, yeah, so then you could call this at some point. Yeah, like that. Yeah, so if you did this, you have a global variable, it's outside of any scope. And then you want to use a function to increase it by 1, then you could totally do this, yeah. And so since my global is a global variable, so it's outside of everything, then you can access it within a function and update it. You would obviously probably do more here. So say this is like, I don't know, a count. And you would, you do something in here like, I don't know, you'd have some sort of if statement that would say, hey, if this happens, increase the count. And then you would increase count in here. And then you would call it wherever you needed to do it. Where's mud? Sweet. Okay. Yeah. So let's jump into scope then. Did you share the one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's look at that real quick and then we'll check it out. Is that the whole thing? Okay, so global variable outside of any function, initialize it, value of 10 inside the field function to assign 5 to without using the var. Okay, yeah, so that's basically what we just did. So you would have a global variable at the top, right?
Outside.
Yep, totally outside of everything else. And then within the function, so it said fun 1. That's fun. Okay. We're assigning 5 without using let var or const yet. Yep. So exactly the same thing here. We're just, so we have my global inside the function right here, and it doesn't have let var or const because we're referring to the one up here. Let me change the name to count so that's not confusing. Okay. So we're referring to our count global variable inside the function without, if we were to give it a let const or var, yep, then it would not be happy. You'd be declaring a new variable with the same name, which I think you had brought that up. Like it's the scope would be painful because they're of the same name. It was you, right? In the chat? Nope. All
Oh,
right.
that was me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. There you go.
Because the scope of inside the function is local,
Mm.
and you can do that, and it let you do that, but maybe don't do that. because
Yeah.
it's confusing later.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. You would not want to do like a let here, because then you would have 2 variables of the same name, technically in their own scopes. However, then if you were to console log count down here, it's going to be very confused on which count you're talking about. Cool. Okay. Does that answer your question, Levi? All right, cool.
Well, it would be, since it's outside of that function, it would be the global aspect. But if you console log count within the local function, it might be confusing for you to know which
Exactly.
one it's gonna eventually refer to.
Yep.
But I think local scope would take priority, so it would use the count from inside the function and not worry about the counts outside. Right?
I think so. Let's try. Let's,
That's where it gets confusing.
Yeah. so, yeah,
If it's inside the function, the local scope takes priority, if it's outside the function, the local scope.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so just don't name your variables the same name. Like,
Yeah, just like.
be as descriptive as you can. Don't do that.
So count one is what you're saying.
Uh, sure, yeah, better than that. Yeah, count for whatever, blah, 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 yeah. All right, cool. So scope. So let's talk about scope since we're all over it. So yeah, so scope is the context in which it's going to be accessible. So again, if it's outside of all functions, it's going to be in the global scope and accessible anywhere within the functions, without the functions, anywhere. If it is within a function, it's local scope or function scope. So it's only going to be accessible within that function. Okay. Global scope, we just talked about, function scope. Block scope is going to be similar to function scope. Just if you have a block of text like within an if statement or something like that, it's only going to be accessible within that. Hoisting we talked about. Any questions on hoisting? Does that make sense? Cool. And then return statement we talked about. So, all right, that was fast. We're going to build stuff, obviously. Any questions over any of that so far? Does it sort of kind of make sense? Any of y'all want to clear anything up that maybe I made muddy? All make sense? Good. Okay. All right. Yep.
To go back to your point earlier about the question you had about like accessing. Like the function, like the variables, like this, like the function. Later on, we'll talk about some, I think that was more of a question for like state management. Later on, we'll talk about something that will give you a pretty good idea of how to handle those things and how to use it, because that is something that we will have to do, like, it's called a state, and you create a state, and you can change it in the context and all that stuff, and you be able to access it within like different, functions and that such, so.
Yep.
That is something we'll specifically discuss later.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. React, it's a whole new world in React. This all still matters, but there are things like you say, like with state management, where you can do all sorts of fun stuff. All right. So we're going to do, we're going to make well, I sent you guys the HTML, CSS in the school thread. It's a beautiful coffee shop that I made last night. And so within it, we are going to make a login, and we are going to make a menu. Okay. So make you a new repo, grab those 2 files I shared, throw them in there, and then we will walk through that together. On the code?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I am not afraid of comments. There's a lot of people you get who are just like, don't comment your code. And again, it should be like, you should be able to read the code and see what it does. It shouldn't be confusing, but nothing wrong with putting some comments in there.
Well, makes for people who can't read code too, like that's kind of like gatekeeping, right?
I would say so, yeah.
When it compiled, it automatically get rid of it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not hurting anything.
Yeah.
So there was a joke at my work, that if you don't comment it it never happened. So you can't be blamed for it. But that's not, not a way to live. So, and actually there's git blame on the VS Code. So it'll show like who did what. And so you can be like, you did do that.
My friend that's senior dev, he's told me in the past that, amongst like, with like colleagues, they have that idea of in theory,
Mm.
code should be so good. Comments are truly not necessary.
Yeah.
That's just not,
It's not helpful. Yeah.
it's not really the
But that, I mean, but yeah, there are a lot of people who will not comment and they'll make some complicated stuff and you'll be like, I don't know. But I guess luckily now we have ChatGPT, so we can just take that code and put it in there and say, tell me what this does. But yeah, comments are good. Keep comments. Okay, I was gonna share. Yeah, it's right underneath the attendance thread.
So the HTML part,
The what?
can you document?
Yeah, so I gave you an HTML document and a CSS document. Y'all can just copy that, throw it in your code. So in case y'all can't find it, I'll show you on here. Let's go. To here. So under the class thread, which is right underneath the attendance thread, just click into the class thread. And then at the top it says HTML document and then CSS. So just make yourself an index.html, grab that code, throw it in there, and then make a styles.css, grab that code, throw it in there. We're doing this because the coffee shop stuff that y'all have worked on, I don't know where it sits for everybody. So this, at least we're all in the same place. You don't have to use it, but just for today's assignment.
File differently, HTML file, different name, CSS file, different name.
Yeah, index.html, styles.css.
So mine is some copy of HTML, and the CSS file are the same.
No, it needs to be index.html, styles.css. Oh, so index is, it's used when you're doing deployments on GitHub and everything else. So it's very important that you name it index.html. And then styles.css. It's a very common, what's the word? Not pattern.
Something like standard, but.
You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. There's a word I can't think of. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, convention. Very standard convention. Yeah, I did that same thing, styles instead of style, or style instead of styles, yeah.
So style, how's the
And if you look in your index.html on your links, it'll say the name of the style for the CSS.
so okay. It's so the copy after no.
beautiful one, that, right?
Thank you. I know you're all gonna want to steal it.
so weird, is exactly what mine looks like.
What? Ah. We must have asked the same ChatGPT. We're gonna log in and the menu,
Call it style.
or the cart, I'm sorry, the cart, not the menu.
Okay. Keyword styles.
Oh, style. Oh, oh.
When y'all got it, give me like a thumbs up so I can see we're all good.
Oh, that-
We're good. And good back there?
Like just this meeting, I was something by David Engineer troubleshoot something. trying to get this test suite to execute when a build pipeline runs. And it was like, everything looked right, but it was just like, oh, you got some dollar signs in your variables that you imported, you gotta remove it. You remove those from your local, but not from your repo, where the build is calling, and it was just like this tiny little.
Yeah. I'll do it.
Garbage.
All right, so let's see here. Where did that go? Okay, so you all should see this beautiful coffee shop page. Are they good over there?
Let's put it in my journal, so I know it's- so you got all these on the file.
Good.
Sorry.
That- No, no worries.
I'll return.
You're good. All right, cool. So, we're gonna start with the login. So the idea, this is gonna be a form, obviously. We're gonna put in our login and then it's gonna tell us, so we have to log in order to add things to our cart, okay? So the password and stuff is in my JavaScript, but I'll show you that. So the idea, let's think about what we gotta do here, right? So we have some inputs. We're gonna need to take that data that's in the inputs and look at it and see if it matches our username and password, right? So we'll just store our username and password in an object. Make a script.jss file, or not JS file. And make sure that it's linked to your HTML. It should already be. Good on that. Everybody got one? Cool. Okay. Okay. Cool. So normally, obviously, your users are going to be in a database somewhere that you're going to, reach out to, make sure it's all good. But for this, we're just going to make a variable in our script. Okay. So in our JavaScript, just go ahead and at the very top, you're going to make a global variable. Just call it users. We'll do, we don't need an array. We can just do an object. So let me get rid of that real quick. We'll just have one user. All right. This is going to be a const, right? Because we're not going to actually change this data. So, and you just call it user singular. It's going to break something, but it's okay. We'll fix it. So user, we're going to have key value pairs, right? Because it's an object. So our keys will be username and password, and then they each have their value. So admin and password 123. Very secure. Nobody's breaking this thing. All right. Now let's think about what we got to do. So we got to take in some inputs, right? We got to get the value from these inputs. So thinking about what we did last week, how can we access anything on, so what is this whole thing? Document, good, Dom. How can we access things on it? By ID, by the text, okay. So let's look at our HTML and see. So right here's our login form, right? So you'll notice our inputs, we have ID username and we have ID password. So pretty good way to grab it, right? Since we got an ID. So let's go to our JavaScript and we're going to, try not to get ahead here, but okay, so we're gonna create a function, right? Because we need to do some code. Okay, we need to check it. So first off, let's just declare a function. You can see my function here. Just put that way for now. Yeah, just create a little function called handle login. So you'll notice that the function takes in an event. It takes in an event because it's a form, okay? So in our index, you see that this is wrapped in a form. You can also do this with just buttons, which I have commented out here, so y'all can look at this later if you want to. The only difference is if you're in a form, it's going to bring those validations that come with a form. So it's going to say, oh, okay, you know, this one's can't be blank or whatever it is, which we'll see in a second. If you do it just with divs and inputs, you just have to build your own validations in there. Form is a better way to do it, but either one would work. But since it is form, it does have that event that it passes in there, okay? And we'll talk about calling it in a second. Okay, so in our handle login function, first thing we want to do is we want to get those values, right? So in order to get, I'm trying not to show you all the code so we can actually write some code. To get those values, we know that we have ID username and ID password. So let's start with username. If I want to get access to that element on the DOM, what am I going to do?
Are you gonna set it to a variable?
Yep. But how do I get access to that element on the DOM first? You know ID? Okay. So is it just get element by ID or document dot get element by ID? Okay. So let's do that. I'm gonna hold on. I want to type this while y'all do it. So let me make a new.
Yeah, just add a function able to.
Maybe. Okay, we'll do it. And okay. So I get in here, and I want to get it by ID. So I need to assign it to a variable, like you said. So we'll make this a const, and we'll just call it. We could call it username, but well, we can call it username because we're using the object up there, so that's fine. So username. So you said document dot get element by ID, right? And what is our ID going to be? Username, cool. Oh, geez. What the heck? Okay. So let's console log that and see if we actually get that element. So really this would be username element, but that's fine for now. Change it in a second. Okay, so in order to call this function, because it's not going to do anything unless we call it or invoke it, right? In HTML, in order to call a function, you need an event to call it, right? So it could be an on click, like we kind of see up here with this button. For a form, it could be an on submit. There's a million of these. It could be on blur, could be, you know, on a ton of things. On mouse move. You could get really annoying with it, but it's for the form we're doing on submit. So you just in quotes, you put the name of your function and then the parentheses. Okay, so that's how you call a function, the name with the parentheses after it. Okay, make sense? Cool. Because it is a form, we are passing in an event. You'll notice on the on click up here, we didn't have to pass in anything to it. The reason is because forms automatically have this event that you're going to see in a second that gets triggered. So it's automatic with forms. Okay. So because we're calling it, when the form is submitted, we're gonna see an event. So I am gonna change mine, don't change yours, but I gotta change mine to the function name that I'm using now, which is handle login 2. Okay. So it needs, that function name needs to match the one that you're calling. The one that you defined. Make sense? Okay. All right, so let me go back over here. All right, so now if I do my page again. And we're console logging, so where is the console log gonna show up at? In the browser console, or browser console, yeah. So we gotta open our deal under the console tab there. Okay, so if I submit this, so I'm gonna hit login. There's the validations that I was talking about. Because I'm using a form, it automatically says, hey, you gotta do something. So I'll just get to put in something here. Okay, it happens super fast, but you might have noticed the page refreshed. So our stuff went away, right? When I hit login, did you see it real quick over there? It said username and went away, right? So that's the event that happens on forms. It automatically refreshes the page when it gets ran. We don't want that, right? Like that, why would we want to refresh automatically? That's something that is like held on since the days before everything we have now. Because the only way to really do anything was to get to the server and everything was you had to do a refresh. So we don't want that to happen. So in order to make it not happen, we have to do we need to prevent the default behavior. Okay, so this is a method that's on the event. So if we do event dot prevent default, then it's going to stop that page from reloading. Okay, so this is very common when you're using a form. You're pretty much always going to prevent default at the beginning. If we would have used the button click, it would not have refreshed. So, you know, depends on which one you're going to use. But if you use a form, you got to do the prevent default. Where's mud? Cool. Okay. So now if I run it, then it should not refresh. There you go. So it did not refresh, and it's logging the element that we've got, right? The username element. So you can see it's an input type, ID username. Can you all read that? Let's look. Better? Cool. Okay, cool. So we have the username now, okay? But we need to get the value inside of it, okay? So how would we do that? So we already have the element. That's our username, right? It should be used. I'm gonna call it username element to make it more. Sense. Yes, bro.
So what was your question?
So we want to get the value in here, right? What was ever typed in?
Got value at the end.
Let's see. What you're saying right here, dot value. So you're typing in the value. So we want to get the value that's already there. So this does offer a value here. So this may work. Let's see. Yep. So it got the value I typed in there. So on the element, the dot value property is what's actually in that input. Make sense? Cool. So we could have, since we had the user element, we could have done user element dot value like this. Say if we wanted to like to make another variable, and this is the actual username instead of username element, we could have done it this way as well. So this way is just chaining that property onto the get element. So it's saying get the element and then get me the value. This way, if we take away the value here, you're just breaking it up into two steps. You're just getting that element and then you're getting the value from it. Cool.
Is there a preferred method between the two, like, would you just want to use the dot value as a thing, or?
I like to split it up myself just because it makes it more clear in my mind what exactly is happening. But there's nothing wrong with it. It definitely works. There's a lot of chaining that you can do. And some people do just prefer to, chain the crap out of it, but just,
Mistakes, maybe.
yeah, 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 definitely. Now, obviously, it would make shorter code if you did a lot more chaining. And you can always like do it, step by step by step and then go back later and refactor it to make it shorter. I mean, with today's computers and the memory that they have and everything, doesn't really matter. It's really going to be dependent on where you work and how their code standards are and stuff like that, but both ways works just fine.
And that's the element, because form is the element, I guess I'm getting confused about it. It's used there.
Oh, this here?
Form is the element.
So what we're getting with this is that input, right? So that's our element that we're. Oh, what did I do? So so that's the element we're getting back with that ID. Yep. In this case, the form is useful because it does give us these validations. And then it offers that on submit function. The on submit function is not available with like buttons and stuff. You'd have to do an on click or something like that. Cool. So now let's see, let me console log our username. So now we should see the element and the username once there we go. So username ASDF. Beautiful. Everybody good on that? All right. Okay, cool. So now we have the name, but what do we want to do with the name?
I mean, store it somewhere.
So we got it stored in the variable here. So we're going to want to compare it to our user, right? To see if it's the,
I think the if statement.
yep. Yeah, we can do an if statement. Before we do, let's go ahead and get the password. I mean, that way we can have both check them at the same time. So we'll do the same thing we did above, right? We're going to get element by ID. I'm going to put password, element, get element by ID. And then our ID is password. Super helpful. Log the element. Normally, you're not going to log your elements, like you don't really need to see that. But it's nice to see in the beginning so you can kind of see what it looks like. But okay. So once you get all of that, then you will see your username and your password when you hit login. Got a forward brow.
Yeah, you got username following what you're. Error.
Oh,
And then I tried renaming username. And that didn't work, so. Okay.
let's see what Derek will help you out.
Yeah, so.
Good over here.
You have to make it into a variable, or can you put that out? When you need that.
You don't have to. To me, that would be confusing, because if I'm using like like you're saying, just do like password.value and use it wherever I want.
Or just put it on the end of the problem.
Oh. Like that? Yeah, that's just chaining. You can do that if you want to. To me, it's more clear to break it out. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Either way it works.
Yeah. Then when you don't know what you know, I don't know. But I'm still not. I heard that.
Click and Sam. Good. Levi, good?
Like that. You're looking at the. So where's the password?
Password? Like the actual password? So at the top, you have your user with your password,
In the HTML file.
in JavaScript, your script file.
Oh, I see.
Got it? Cool.
But in real life. Would that be displayed in code?
No. So in real life, you would actually hash the password.
Here too.
So you'd use a tool to do that, and then your password in the database would be encrypted, so it'd be like just a random thing, and then you would bring that back. You're really gonna use a tool for the whole thing, but it would be in the database. It would not be here, which is what you would never see the user's password. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, cool. That's not working. That's where it's now. No.
We'll see what happens. You have your handle. You're declaring this. Okay, here, it's got, username column. For the first one.
Yeah.
Turn it off, maybe.
I was trying to turn it off.
Oh, you do have username column. So this one here is.
Okay, it's where.
Yeah.
In this case, kind of. Oh. I think you probably started. Just. But here you're trying to get the common value. The element of you is. Go there, no, it is. You just have. And here. This one that is fine.
Where's it?
What's kind of.
Oh, yeah. I thought you, yeah.
No. So
Oh, you don't.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. I usually just write it, so.
You have some comparison.
Yeah.
Bring back one. See your family works well. Well, that's a solid point where he's talking about. So as far as hoisting goes, your variables are not hoisted. Okay. Did everyone, I'll say it again.
That's good.
Everybody got that done so far? Your console login, the username and password? Bueno, okay. So as far as hoisting goes, variable names aren't hoisted. So you can't try to access a variable before it's declared. Okay. Just FYI, functions are hoisted, but not variable names. So if you declare, like if you have so if I had some code, let's say right here. And let's see. Okay, so let's select count. Now, if I want to increase count, but I didn't declare count until down here, like that's not going to work, right? Because it doesn't know what count is yet. Okay, if I wanted to call this function handle login 2 up here, if I wanted to call that before it's declared, that's fine, because it's going to hoist it up. It's going to hoist this function declaration up, so it already knows what it is.
I mean, when this one.
Does that make sense? Cool.
So what is, you declare that function above, that's the hoisting.
This here, right here. Yeah, so you can call it or invoke it wherever you want. It can be above it, it can be below it, it doesn't matter. As long as you're in the same scope again. So if you tried to call this inside a different function that didn't know it and it wasn't in the same scope, then it wouldn't work.
And I use the versions to know that, we're declaring that function.
The parentheses? Yeah. Yeah, in order to call a function, you have to do function name.
Inside the function, it should be in there, right? Inside there.
Inside here? For what?
Okay, handle login is a function by itself, right? It's independent.
This is a function. Yep.
But we're declaring in function.
No, I'm calling it. Yep. So this is when you have the function word keyword, you're declaring it. So you're defining it, telling it what it's going to do and all that stuff. In order to actually use it, you do with the parentheses. Yep. Yeah, it happens. Trust me, it happens. Yeah. So the name of the function with parentheses is how you call it or invoke it. To define it, you start with the function keyword and then its name and then tell it what it's going to do. Cool.
Did you do all these console logs?
I would take them out before. I would do them when I'm developing, but then I would take them out. Yeah. Yeah, especially because like there's a login function, so you're going to have some sensitive data potentially. Yeah.
Even if it wasn't a login function.
No, absolutely. No. Yeah, normally, the only time I would, so at work, one of our bullet points that we have to do whenever we're turning in code is remove all the console logs.
They would have it, like, VS Code extensions where you go through, get a shortcut and all of them.
But when you're coding, you put a lot of console logs just to make sure every line works, basically.
Yeah, essentially, like, it uses a lot for debugging, so like, when you have a problem, you use it to like see where the problem's coming from and at what specific point.
There are, like we have some communication servers that send out emails and stuff like that. So they're away from our main code. So sometimes we'll leave some console logs in there. Just really it's console.errors instead of .log. So that way we can go look at the logs later and say, if there's an error and say, oh, okay, this is what happened. But have been times also where we've deployed code where someone didn't remove console logs and it's like putting out patient information. So that's not good. But yeah, so yes, you're gonna remove them. What up? All right, cool. If everybody's here, so we now have username and password. So what do we need to do now? Say it again. Log it. So we're already logging them. Yep, we're gonna compare it to our fake little object database here. Because we want to make sure that it's the right information, right? So we're gonna need, I think someone earlier said an if statement for that, right? So we would say if, we'll just check username first, equals, and then we need the username inside of here, right? So how would I access this username? So this isn't,
Username element?
so this is an object. Yep. We want to access this key, its username key in this user object.
User.
Okay. So we're going to do to access the user. So we can console log our user here real quick to make sure we can see what it looks like. So if we just console log our user, this is going to be that global variable up top, right? So this is going to be this guy. Okay. So if we console log that, oh, I got a type error. Oh, I think it was similar to you had. Oh, because I'm trying to call it here. Okay. There we go. Okay, so this is our user right over here. So in order to access anything within an object, you can do dot notation, or you can do the brackets with the parentheses inside, not parentheses, quotations. We're just going to do dot notation in this case. So user is our object, user dot username is going to give us that value of admin, right? So remember the key, if you access the key username, it's going to give you the value of whatever it is. That's the basics of objects. You got the object name dot whatever key, whatever value you're trying to get, that key. Okay. So if we console log user dot username, you'll notice VS Code helps you out here. It kind of gives you what keys it already has. Okay. So we're going to go username. So let's console log that. I'm just updating my tag just so I know, again, the tag label doesn't matter. This does not have to match your variable. So now you can see our username is admin, right? Which matches our user at the top here. Make sense? This code or on the? Yep. Yeah, user is an object. Username is the key for the value of admin. So if we look here, so user right here is our object, right? We know it's an object because it's surrounded by curly brackets. Username is a key. Password is also a key. And the value, so if we're talking about username, the value of username is admin. Make sense? Yeah, so object, curly brackets, right? So within there, you're going to have keys. So in this case, username, password, and each key is going to have a value. Okay. Now, it can get crazy. These values could be arrays or other objects, and you can, as we saw with the API, the Pokemon API, but don't worry. This is the basic, how every object is going to be. You're going to have a key that will have some sort of value. And you can have multiple keys because like this, we have username and we have password. Each one's a key that has its own values. Well. Okay, so now that we know that username is the from our database that we need to compare the username they're putting into, we can work with our if statement, right? So we could say if, so in this case, we're going to say if the user.username, so this is from our object, our user.username is going to give us that value of admin, okay? If it is the same, so if it equals the username that they're putting in, which is what we're getting from the username, the element with that ID username, right? Okay, so if it equals that, and so actually we're going to say if it does not equal that. So to do a not equals, you do your bang symbol or your exclamation point. With 1 or 2 equals, two equals, we'll check type in this case. We're gonna make sure it's not that, right? Because if it is that, then we don't want to like give an error or anything like that, right? So typically when you're doing your validations, you're going to check for like a negative case. Okay. So if it is not, if it does not equal, then we need to do something, right? So in this case, maybe we can give them an alert and say, you know, username doesn't match or something like that. Okay. So alert. So remember, alert is a built-in method for JavaScript. I was gonna say on the DOM, but I'm not sure if it actually is like DOM.alert. But it's a built-in method you can use. Like we did prompt last week, if you remember, for the beer bottles, built-in method. Okay. Method, function, same thing. All right, so I'm just gonna say I'm gonna use the template literals. And I'm gonna say their username that they gave us. So we'll do our $ curly bracket and we'll do username and just say is not found. Then so far,
Why don't we,
Hmm?
it's just talking about grade groups.
Yep.
So why do we do not equals to username and not equals to username element? Is because it.
so username element is the actual element that we're getting. The value is what we're concerned about. Yep. Yep. Okay, so if I go to the page and now if I put in a username, once I hit login, it's gonna do the function, right? It's gonna invoke the function. It's gonna get these values that we told it to get, and then it's gonna go into that if statement and say, hey, does as def equal admin? Remember, because admin is what we got from our object, and it should give us an alert saying, hey, that doesn't work. That doesn't look good. And it does.
My username, when we did the. Literals.
The simple literals.
and we highlighted.
Did you $ curly bracket?
Hidden tactics. You're doing a regular, you say let's see that. That's what I'm back to say, which is. See, it's slightly different. Yeah, I see both sides.
You good? You want me to go back to the code? Good.
probably jumping ahead here, but normally you wouldn't specifically say that using is not found, it would give you a message about using the password is not.
Yeah, it'd probably be more generic. So for logins, yes, for forms, like if you were to have like a, you know, sign up for our mailing list or whatever, or something deeper that has maybe address or city, you would give a more specific message to say, you know, hey, your city is wrong or, yeah. But for login, yeah, you typically, because then hackers could come in and say, okay, I know just this that's wrong, I mean, whatever. Sorry, I made it complicated. Sorry.
Not really complicated back here in the back.
Everybody good on that? Good.
The alert's not popping.
It's not. I think it's
Put the wrong name, my daughter was like.
Put the wrong,
Backticks?
Yeah.
What's the?
The alert, so the username that you're putting in. It's telling you that's wrong.
So you put something wrong, so you want to together.
Refresh.
So you can decide what's the best thing. Yeah.
And there, so there's no, the top of your building there. I think that, I changed that.
Oh.
Versus users.
Oh.
That was, refresh again.
Got it?
Yeah, it's totally going well so far.
We got it.
Oh.
I think we're gonna have to pass with
Oh.
here in a minute, but a second.
Doesn't matter.
You get it. In some cases, it's like,
Yeah, it's like.
Well, I mean, I've had quite a few programs type thing that there, there's some difference between this and, you know, other programming things, basic theory or functionality behind this thing. So something kind of, oh, it uses this and that. And we're very not. Yeah, I mean, I definitely have a concept of, you know, functions and task information, and that's what it is.
So this is your.
Of course, actually implementing the theory is sometimes a little harder where, you know, it's easy to kind of walk through the steps. It's like, okay, this is on the road, and I'm like, oh God, what were those steps again? I have no idea how to actually. It takes a lot longer to walk through. Logic of actually doing it rather than, okay, on this step. Two nights. 14 steps.
when you go do habits and that's like, you don't have stuff anymore.
Yeah, now it's like information overload. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I know all the different steps, but combining them together, I'm totally lost. And that's when you're starting to try to break it down, like, okay, I'm not trying to do the whole thing. Let me just work on the login. Okay, that part. I always focus too much on the grade scale of things, and like, it's too much.
And then you're getting content. That whole line can be whatever you use all thing. So now down here, you're comparing username to username from the So this username is from this. This username is what's coming up.
Yeah.
Instead of having user.username, it's like
Yeah, love to. I have different stuff like that, I don't know how to code, but I know how to do other things. With the or she didn't get you guys to. Okay, so. Well, nonprofits. I was actually on two, but, yeah, I started getting a chance to develop a nonprofit, it's really helpful to do a nonprofit, so basically. Nonprofits work, with, you know. Membership. Contribution doesn't all. Yeah.
All right, if you got the username done, same thing for password, right? Already do that? Can do it?
Let me get that.
Different. What do you mean?
If you want two Fs, you gonna throw us two alerts.
Yeah, true. Again, what?
Like you can use the same list they all. Use your dot password. I can ask them.
You could do both, or you could do two. Yeah, however you want to do it. All right, so the password. Everybody up here? Hello. All right. So now we're gonna check the password, right?
Yeah.
All right, so Robert brought up a point, you could do it in the same statement. Damn, forgot your name, sorry. John said, would you want two different ones? Because then it's gonna do two different alerts, right? If the password and the username are wrong. So multiple ways you can do it. We can go with the and approach. So in an if statement, to compare multiple things, you can do and, which is 2 ampersands. You can do or, which is 2 pipes. So let's do and. So if we check, because we want them both to be right? So it would make sense to do an and. So if I need, so walk me through this. How am I gonna check the password? User.password I heard over here. So where is that coming from?
Or object.
Our object? Yep. So right here, user, password. Okay. So we want to see if that's equal to or not equal to what? Yep. So this password right here. So we'll say password. Okay. And then, so this time, instead of saying username is not found, we could say username and password are not found. Or just, it ain't right. Whatever you want. So we'll say, so we're saying and, so it means that both of them must be wrong, right? So you wouldn't say username or password because one of them, say it again?
You're giving that away?
Well, so we're saying that they both have to be wrong. So if one of them is right, it doesn't matter because it wouldn't trigger this. They both have to be wrong. And if else? You could do, yep, could do an if else. So let's do username and let's see. So they both have to be wrong to trigger this. So if we did, let's just test this. Hold on. I'm just going to put is wrong for now. So in this case, if they're both wrong, I get that, right? But what if one of them is right? Then I'm not getting the pop-up, right? So maybe and doesn't work.
You want to use the or.
You could use or. So if we said or, so the double pipe. So now we're saying, okay, username or password is wrong. So if either one is wrong, it's going to trigger. That sounds probably more like what we want, right? So this is where the fun of logic comes in, because you got to think, okay, what exactly are the things I'm checking for? Like which one needs to be right and wrong and all that good stuff. So this time I'll put correct over here and wrong over here. We still get it. Cool. And then I'll put something wrong over here and then the right one here. We still get it. And then if we do correct on both, then we don't get it. So seems to make sense, I think. Cool. Yeah, so that one if statement should work. We could, and we definitely could have done an if else. We could have said, yeah, if username is not equal username, then we're gonna, say username is wrong. Or we could, and we say else with password, yep. And so else, actually, we need an else if. So an else, this is gonna go straight into this if the if is skipped. Thank you. So in this case, it would say, okay, is the username wrong? Okay, it's not. Then the password must be wrong, right? Which is not the case. So in the else, it's just whatever whenever that one is skipped. Okay. We could do an else if. And in here, we could check for the password. These, obviously there's bodies that go in here. I'm just not putting them in. So in this case, it would say, okay, is the password wrong? Okay, it's not, or it's not incorrect. So now is the password wrong? If it is wrong, then bam, we're gonna do this. If not, we're gonna go on to an else, which in this case would just be, okay, they're both right, so let's move on to whatever. You could technically not put an else and it would still work. It's just not, it's not very pretty. Because you would want to handle whatever comes after. So in this case, the best thing to do would definitely be the or statement in your if here.
So return false.
Yeah, so you could definitely, yeah, you return out of your function. So yeah, if, let's see. So let's say that we had a variable, good login, or whatever. So we could set it here. So this is an uninitialized variable. So remember we talked about like undefined stuff. So this is not defined. So if I were to console log this now, it would say not undefined. Okay. You can do this, or you can set it to true, give it an initial value. So in this case, let's say good login is set and really set to false. Because we don't want it like to automatically log people in, right? And so then down here, if it is a bad login, we could return, or we could just change that variable good login to false. And then we check down here somewhere, is good login true? And then do whatever we wanted to do, or is it false? So another way you could do it there. And then like Larry said, you could return here. So that way it's not going to run any more code because it's false, right? We don't want them going on in the code. Cool. Okay, cool. So in this case, we're just gonna do this. Okay, so that should do it for our login. Actually, sorry, there is one other thing we got to do.
So the return again, that's just
Yep.
shutting it down.
Yeah, so a return is just it's stopping that function wherever you say it at. Normally when at the end of a function, you're gonna return something, especially once we get into like hitting the back end. You'll want to return if your request was successful or not. And then you can use it to short circuit a function if some value is met. So it's either returning, if you do it return without anything, it's just cutting off right there, you're done. Normally you're going to return a value with it. But yeah, that's a good one. So we did actually need a logged in user here in my cheater code. So I'll put that. Oh, it's actually there. Okay. So we do have this logged in user global variable right here. So I don't know if y'all don't have that. So go ahead and make you a global variable for logged in user. And we're gonna use this just to make sure that they're logged in. So this guy right here.
That has to be at the top. because-
Yeah, it needs to be before you use it, yeah. So since it's global, like if you're using global variables, just stick them all at the top. That's fine. You shouldn't typically have a ton of global variables. The scope is kind of how you make things safe.
You wouldn't have to go at the top, right? Wouldn't you actually be posted where it stores all the values before everything functions?
Variables need to be initiated before you use them, declared before you use them. So this function could be above this, but the variable itself, like if down here we said something about login user, like this would have to be above it.
So functions get hoisted, but variables don't.
Correct. Yep. Okay, so everybody got our login user declared? So that's null. Good, cool. Okay, so in our function then, once we're logged in, so we can actually put an else statement here. Else. Made too many brackets. Okay. Cool. So if username, password are good, so if we're able to log in, we can then set our logged in user here. So just get our variable, and then I think we're just setting it to true. Let me look at my cheater code real quick here. Oh, they're setting it to user. Okay, that makes sense. So we'll set it to user. Okay.
Not usernames.
Nope. So we're gonna just give it because then we can just access user.username. I think that's what they're doing here. Welcome. Yeah.
Does that work because we only have one user, or would we have to separate all the other ones?
Yeah, if there were multiple, we would need to have a loop and go through it and find the one that it is. And we'd actually do that before we ever did our comparison to make sure that there was actually a username, that or whatever. And you would typically have an ID that you would go reach out and find the ID of it. And that's an ID in like in a database table, an ID column. So not an ID like we're doing here with the elements. Yeah. Okay, everybody got their else figured out? Good.
Should we, do console log on that?
On logged in user? You can, yeah. Yep, you can throw it in after here. Okay, so if I go log in now. Yep, you'll see down here that your logged in user is that user object that we had above with your password and your username. And again, normally you're not gonna be throwing around passwords like this, okay? You wouldn't see it.
Friendly reminder, when you're using your return statement, you gotta make sure that anything that you wanna change or declare is put before the return, because anything after will get ignored or throw an error.
Yep, yeah, that return will short circuit your thing. So if I were to put out, like, say I wanted the alert, or for whatever reason, I put the alert underneath, see how it kind of grayed out a little bit? That means nothing's gonna happen underneath there. So it'll never hit that alert. We good on that? Cool. All right, so now we're logged in, fantastic, but we haven't really told the user they're logged in, right? Like there's nothing right now that really tells us anything. It just kind of goes back to this. Because obviously the user's not going to look at, their browser console. So nothing really changed there. So somehow we need to tell the user, hey, you successfully logged in. So the way that it's doing on the other code is it's putting a welcome message underneath, which we can do. Or you could do an alert and just say, hey, you're logged in. But normally, you'd see like a little icon with your little picture or whatever. We're not doing that today, but you see some sort of feedback to show, hey, you logged in. So in this case, if we look at our HTML, you'll see we've got a span here with welcome message ID with nothing in it. So this is right below that login button, right next to it. So we can use this to then display welcome admin or whatever, right? So how will we do that? So remember we got ID welcome message. So after we're logged in, so down here, so we know that if we were not logged in, it would stop right here and return, right? So none of this code below would be touched. But we know if we get past this, then they're logged in and we have the logged in user. So we can then execute some code. So if we want to put a welcome message in that span with the ID welcome message, what could we do? Did I went by ID? Okay. So let's say welcome message element on the document, right? By ID. And it was what? It was welcome hyphen message. Okay. I'm not going to log the element again, but we could log the element to make sure we're getting it. So now that I have that element, so I have welcome message element, and I want to put something inside that span. How do I do that? Inner text. I like it. Okay, so let's see, welcome message dot inner text. And is that, do I put parentheses or is that an equals? An equals? Property. Perfect. Yep. So if it was a method, we would do the curly brackets like get element by ID. But since it is a property, we just set the value. So we can set this value. We can use backticks and just say like welcome. And then how would I put their username? User.username. Beautiful. Yes, but what if we had more than one user? Remember, we stored it in this variable logged in user.
You'd have to access the location that you have.
So remember inside logged in user, we have, oh, I broke it. So when we console logged that, it showed us this, right? This object. So now logged in user stores this object. So we would do logged in user dot username. I'll show that better in a second. Let me finish that. Okay. So yeah. So down here, we stored our logged in user. After they logged in successfully, we made a new variable that we stored that object for that user inside, right? In this case, because user is only one object, we could have used it. But in the other case, if we were to reach out and grab, a list of users, and then we got one of them and put it inside logged in user, then we would have to use logged in user. Okay, so we're basically taking that object from the user, from user equals blah, blah, and putting it inside logged in user. Right. Because in case, if this was like a list of users, we just want that one user out. So the user, so if we had it like it originally was, this was an array, right? And so this had a bunch of users inside of it. So this was like, So imagine these were all different users, right? So user would be an array of users. And so we couldn't have done user.username. We would have had to do user at position 0.username or whatever. So be it with the logged in user, if it was in that case, say that it was like the third one, so the second place, right? So the object at the index of 2, in this case, so this is an array, so this is 0, 1, 2, would be this guy. And so that's the user that we wanted to get a hold of. And so we needed to take that object and store it inside logged in user. Does that make sense?
And that's like the reason you would want to have ID property, so then you just have ID 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Yep.
6, and then you don't have to. Would you still have to reference it with the array, or would you be able to just say user.id1, user.id, like?
So if it's this user, it's still an array. So you'd have to do at position, whatever. But in a database, it normally would look like something like this, right? Like each one would have an ID property or in your, so if you have a database, you have like an ID column. And so you'd reference it based on that instead of like actually reading the username or whatever. But again, password stuff, like all this will be handled by something else, not by you directly. Point being here, normally you're going to have an array of whatever it is, and you're going to want just that one that you're messing with out of it. And so our logged in user is just like this one object. And so then you can do logged in user.username. Make sense?
And then we get you the one that you want.
Yep.
No matter if it's 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4.
So we would have searched through that here when we got the ID or the username, and we would have stored it right here. Yep. So you're getting just that object at position 2, just the object out of the array, storing it in this guy. So then this guy is, I was gonna do it again. I don't like this live server thing. Can I put a space somewhere?
Are you actually searching the array for the?
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Yep. Not gonna work because the array is there. But yeah, anyway, it would be logged in user.username. So logged in user is just the object that you got back from that array. Hope that's makes sense. Okay. All right. Sweet. Fix that back. Okay. So login form is working. It's good. Any questions on the login form? No? All right, let's take a break. 10 minutes or so, and then we'll mess with our carts. It's back. Where it was.
Our situation there where we get the road, we just replace.
Oh, I forgot to show that.
So the thing that's there until it's logged out.
Yeah, I think so. You'd have more of like your little avatar that you could click on and like you'd go down to log out or whatever. Would be,
So like the username and password box. Wouldn't be there, but the time they log out.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought about taking them away, but I was like, I don't want to get too complicated.
I like to make it.
No, I mean, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's real world stuff. So sorry, I didn't finish the admin or the welcome message part, but it would look like that when you're done. Just say welcome and then your username, which in this case is admin.
I got some, I didn't want to stop you.
No, you're good.
But when I went to go switch back from user to user, I messed myself up. I was five using users and I
Yeah.
switched my code, but then when I went back and switched original users to user and tried to clean it up a little bit, then I got lost. And then now, I tried the else and it didn't work, so now I'm just gonna try one at a time, so. I tried this, so if username dot, username. It's on each squad, username saying.
What is you?
Yeah, I just thought you would do it. Okay, so.
Oh, no. I've got what's called.
Username and my. So username is the username is owned by, so it's gonna pull this, the ID, that's but it should use this. This, right?
So this is from your.
Yeah, it's probably should turn it on. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, so it's gonna pull what the users like.
Yes.
Yes, as their user.
Yep.
And so that's.
And that's your-
This is that the users typing in does not equal.
So it really.
So-
Okay.
You're saying, so this is gonna be used live, right? It's not.
This one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
One.
It shouldn't be used, it should be used.
Yeah.
Because your object is user, right, whole object.
It's saying, it's not found, which means that's not, that's my,
Then this username
It's what's it's saying. If the username is not equal.
is what you are getting from the user. Sorry, the person typing it in. This is the value you get right there.
No, it's part of the process. It's something you gotta get used to.
It does equal that.
Storing new username.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem later.
Yeah. That's where it's, all right. Thanks, that should do.
So the return just stopped.
It is stopped, is that correct? Incorrect, so if I actually enter the first one, it should not.
This is fun stuff.
It is on.
That welcome message is just in the JavaScript and the HTML.
Yeah, you
Just
actually,
show that.
yeah, you actually create, you're just creating place to hold it. You're actually saying the value.
So it's in the form is what it's saying. right? So that is where.
But I think you're getting.
My mom. Oh, it's a, I mean, with you.
Oh, I'm going back to the.
Oh.
That's the object. Object in the. Okay. All right. Oh, love it when this actually clicks.
Long-term rescue.
I'm still feeling lost, but hopefully the more you do it, it'll click.
Maybe they have a reply, that will work already.
Not really big office. I mean, I did one that was chatting helping me. I guess it took the fear away, like it's not as scary. You know, so I'm doing some stuff with, just your web forms, conditional voting, showing
Rescues.
form, just some type of stuff. Little small stuff, so.
But it's nice, let's take away the fear too.
Yeah, so, and then, I can say where a lot of the, you know, communication for devs, so I'm feeling more confident there.
Yeah, it's fun. but I'm-
Okay, just hearing the terminology of the language
It also
here
depends
just
on,
helps, you know.
Oh.
It just helps sort of like,
Sorry. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Feeling like that, yeah, a little more like, oh, okay, I've heard that.
They suck.
You just gotta-
Your way of,
Everything that we.
Yeah. Oh, I know, yeah, but so my CTO kind of today, joined the dev team, and I'm like, not at all, I would join your dev team, no way.
The only thing is like, for those two
I'm
weeks.
going, you do your job, I'll be fine, you know, but
Be there.
it'd be good, it'd be fun.
Otherwise,
Good.
it's just better.
Good for me. I will pick that up, like, so you have your stuff on the side, like, you on Saturday, you know, like.
But we keep
things,
two
you know,
tomorrow.
So,
And it
it'd be
really,
nice to do something
all of
outside.
their
of the
circumstances,
you know?
like summer strays on the street.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking, it's both job description.
A lot of them.
It's not,
Like,
learning
jobs
to
are
do
just
job.
rendered
Oh, wow.
because now there's really good chance.
But it all kind of, you know, the logic's all that, it's just different. Instead of constant.
So like the
laws,
facility
it's
they
log,
need
log,
to, they don't have dogs, because it's a state.
Yeah.
Self-developers, like, we get like a stray warranty,
Okay.
It just,
yeah, and
there
part
are
of it,
things you can do
you gotta be
everything
slow
without
in
coding.
production, in those circumstances.
To do on the line.
The most of what we get, so
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at.
You
It's
keep
like,
them
I can
hard.
do just about anything. It's either thing or
Just to make it because it's
Fun.
that's
the fun things.
dog that's.
Yeah. Excited and just, yeah.
They're hard.
Yeah.
And it
So I was
is,
to ask you, that's very self-stressed, so you guys have things for, like specifics, and stuff, so talking
Yeah,
to non-college.
so usually, like, that way.
Yeah, we're doing, I'm on the,
It's also like, it's where you can find the okay, like, it's fun.
online smooth skills.
Okay.
Cell phones on it.
The
Oh,
one
okay.
that
It's a
got
different
adopted,
kind of-
she was the director. From
Logic around it, it's all the same, it's all the same thing.
Or yeah, usually.
Get to see it, just to compare.
So she's like
I mean,
six.
I don't know what they're paying for the sales force.
And we had her for
Compared to
like,
what.
she was great with all these.
Yeah, that's why. I was
Like, we didn't, like, we
wish
don't
they
take them
would
separate.
for that
from, like,
just a little bit.
And I have these.
Salesforce gives pay discounts for now.
Do they? It's a per user, right?
It's-
It's always a per user or per
Jim, it's
contract.
like 10
I
free.
would recommend that, as
Yeah.
long as you have like a space for it.
Oh, well,
and
if they get
it's
some
fine,
free,
it's fine.
they're good. Is there a per contract situation? And I usually want to have as many.
There is, I mean, there is a storage element to it.
Uh-huh.
A what?
But you have to.
No.
I like a lot of files. right?
I didn't know it was free for nothing.
I think some of it is, they were. Some other. Some other. I mean, they still use multiple tools, but they're,
How?
it's called Neon One. That was getting more expensive. Sales.
So you had it for a year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to Salesforce, I'm just. open source stuff.
Which one?
Yeah. Yeah. She really, that's her favorite. Yeah, it's a hundred percent, it's like free, we got it. Yeah. I think, right, it works off the easier, or CMS, like, I've got experience, like, it's not.
We did.
I didn't like it.
Because you want to do.
I don't
Do you
Backdrop.
She probably.
Yeah.
That's-
I don't know.
But.
I don't think I do it like concrete.
Salesforce has a really posted,
Like my dog with my retriever, I would take him, but he would be bad, just like if he gets.
Like a diaphragm.
Yeah.
Oh,
He
maybe.
goes to-
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay. And I want to check those. I don't know where I'm more.
everything's related to the platform. And it integrates.
And he loves.
I wasn't about-
Building any kind of.
Like she brought you.
And one time,
That's it.
like, I was like, I don't know, or something, it's fine, if you ever, you know. So, yeah, I love it. Vice versa.
I'm shocked by.
I think it's not, it's of course the, it's just beautiful, yeah, right, they have to have you, I was, and I was out for 4 hours anyway, but the. I mean, I think it's, build your own extensions or more of my areas to make everyone related.
That's
That's what we're like now, we're able to do.
Okay.
You can use it.
Yeah.
And like, the job spread.
The average person, we don't, and I say the average, like if I was in I could build. It's outside. Well, right, but I like Yeah.
Do everything. Build, custom build a track.
Like so many people.
Volunteer.
Levity.
See, that's my bill.
And I think more and more people are like.
Yeah.
It's like I saw that, and a lot of people look at it, like, it's, how's everything with jumping?
Every time. I'm scared of it's because you can all do that with Dragon.
Yeah.
That's so we get paid for
That's my
Can let any violence.
They're
usually scared.
Yeah. I think this was, no.
It's only so.
It's really easy to build campaigns, journeys.
Yeah.
For the most part.
It's easier than some.
Yeah.
It's getting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sure it's-
I didn't know that. I might try one now.
Oh, you see, I guess with that too. Like, it's just weird.
Okay.
Like, there's no application.
I think there's a way, there's a way that there's
Where you go to.
You know, McNally's. There's like, she opened up a couple years ago, and it's like a reverse down.
It
But it's
will,
like
like,
a-
constant contact around shit 100%. You can send your minutes.
So.
All your data goes together, so you can talk together. like, So they recording, hours, you go through like, like when they're going in to get that access. Like that.
But if not.
Yeah, I'll just check it out.
Yeah.
We can't actually.
I mean, I've always been basically like, if you want to pull, oh, like, it depends on what you're doing. So what I'm trying to do is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not all about it, so I understand.
Yeah.
That's all I do. A lot of times, I mean, I usually, open source stuff requires more, where to sell.
I see, yeah.
It sounds horrible, yeah. Volunteer to do that.
All right, y'all ready to get back at it? Exciting. Okay. I'm gonna go back over what we did in this first part, just so kind of see it all again. So we had our login, right? So we wanted to get the value from these logins so we could then compare it to our object, see if our user was correct, get them logged in, right? So if look at our HTML, we had this form. Oh, something else I was gonna mention about forms. They also give you the ability to, I don't know what the wording is, but you can hit enter on the login. If you were to do just a button on click, when you hit enter, it's not gonna take that event, right? So if you type something in here, I would not have walked. So if I didn't tab over to it and I just hit enter, it's gonna submit that form. Okay, with a button, that has an on click, you would have to actually go be on the button and click it. There's also on enter and stuff, but you'd have to be on that button. With a form, it has those built-in actions that it can take. So just a little side of that. All right, cool. So we had our form. We had our two inputs that had the IDs that we wanted to get the value from, right? So in our JavaScript, we got our value, we got our elements, and then we got the value from the elements. So we could then use that, and we stored it in variables. So we could then use that to compare to the user object from our database. All that makes sense so far? Cool. Cool. So once we had it in, we just had an if statement, if else statement, and we just compared if the username in the object, so the user object dot username. Remember, the key gets you the value, right? So user dot username is the key, gets you that value that's stored in there. We compared that to the username we're taking in from the form, and then we did the same thing with password. If either one was wrong, we said, hey, something's not right here, you're gone. And then we returned out of that function. So we said the function's done, okay? We can also use return when we get to loops, also, and there's a couple other keywords we can use. So return is a very powerful thing, so keep that in mind. If all was well and neither one was wrong, then we set our logged in user to that specific user in that array that we might have had object in there, right? So then logged in user was that user object. Okay, so curly brackets object. We console logged as you see, and then we changed our welcome message. So we got over here, we have that span with the ID of welcome message. So we got that element and we changed the inner text of it to say welcome. And then we passed our username object dot username. So the value in there, pass was the wrong word. Sorry. We use that value to display in our string, right? And so that then showed us this guy. Let me say admin. So when we are correct, then we have our little welcome and then whatever that username is, in this case was admin. Okay. So if I were to go back in my database, quote unquote here, if I change this to Brian instead of admin, then well, this isn't going to work, but y'all can tell me why. So why didn't that work? Yep, exactly. So it's still looking for that username that's in that object, and I changed it. So if I do Brian here instead, then there we go. Welcome, Brian. So it shows that the username that's from that user object. Sweet. Any questions? All right. Sweet. All right. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to populate our shopping cart based on the things that we add to it in the menu here. I'm going to maybe kill live server because it's going to reset it every time. Maybe. Okay. You have to be logged in for the shopping cart to work. And I'll show you that in the code. But this is what it's going to do. When you add it, you can see it's adding it at the bottom down here. And it's also tallying it up in the total. And then also gives you the option to remove it as well. There's several things in there. I don't know if we'll get to all of them, but we'll at least get to putting them in the carts. Okay. Sweet. So if you look at your HTML in the menu section, then you can see we have these menu items, and these are what we're seeing on the page, right? So we have the Americano, and so that's this top one here with the add to cart button. So we're seeing that button right under the Americano, right? And then we have the function add to cart next to it, which is passing two arguments. So it's passing the name in the string and then the price as a decimal or a floating point number, as you might hear it called, as the second argument, right? And then what it actually says over there, and then it ends the button. Does that make sense? HTML of it? Cool. Okay. Sweet. So when we click the button, so on the on click of the button, the on click event that happens, we are going to call or invoke the add to cart function. Okay. Cool. So let's go to our JavaScript and I'm gonna get that guy right there. I'm gonna make a new add to cart function. So y'all need to make an add to cart function, so we can call it add to cart. Oh, this guy. Okay. Oh. All right, so yeah, just make an add to cart function with nothing in it yet. Gonna have one or two. Yes, oh yes, it can have as many as you want it to have. Yeah. It can have 0, it can have 100, yeah. Now, it shouldn't. Like if you have 100 parameters, then you're probably gonna want to split it out to like multiple functions, because that could be really, really hairy. A couple of things about parameters I'll talk about real quick. You can set default values on parameters. So let's say we wanted the price to be like $3 if we didn't pass a parameter. So yeah, so in this case, if price was not passed, then $3 would be what you would see for the price thing. You can also make parameters optional. So if you put a question mark after it, maybe not question mark, isn't it? I don't know, it's like me. No, that's TypeScript thing. Forget about that. We're gonna do the best thing in the world. TypeScript ignore. Oh, it didn't work. Come on. Where did they do it? Let's check it. That's a default. Oh, default, so it's an optional.
By default, you can just not pass anything and it'll act like it's passed.
I swear there was you could use a question mark.
Type here for sure, it's gotta be.
So let's see. Maybe I guess if you. So what are you saying? Set it to
The example right there, number 1.
this one?
Saying the function is created with the name, and then they're calling it twice, and it's the same output. Or it's the first one's guessed,
Oh,
because it's optional but like in TypeScript, you're gonna have a question mark to say it's optional, because it'll like be mad at you if you
yeah.
don't pass something. If it's
I guess
a
that
question.
what that's saying is you give it a default value, like, which could be like, like null undefined or something.
So set it to null. I swear there was a question mark you could do in JavaScript, but
Maybe it's a.
so if we give it price as null, then you just not pass price. Anyway, just know that you can give it default values, and then apparently that makes it optional as well. And you do that like in this case, if you wanted like a set minimum price or something, you could put it in there, and then when someone went to add something to the cart, if they didn't pass the price in, it would just give it that default value that you give it. But we're gonna pass price. So, all right, everybody got the function made? Good. Cool. All right. So Again, the function will be called on the on click of the button for the menu items that we're putting in, right? So in this case, Americano and 250. So in our function, let's just console log our parameters so we can see what they are. So item. Told you console log would be your friend. What?
Semi.
Oh, it's JavaScript is very loosey goosey. Doesn't care. You can. It's no. No. If you're using strict mode, I think you do have to do it. And if you're working somewhere and they're like, hey, this is our convention or whatever. But it's JavaScript doesn't care. You could write your entire thing on one big line and it wouldn't care. Because that's what it does. It takes it and it compiles, not doesn't compile it, but it makes it like one big line of code that doesn't look anything like this. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cool. So once you got your console logs in, then when we hit our add to cart, you'll see in your console, your browser console, the item and then the price, right? You'll notice it didn't go on the shopping cart yet because we haven't done that. So if we hit the second one, it's going to be latte at $3 and then cappuccino $3.50. Cool. So now we know that those arguments that we're passing in our index.html, these arguments we now know are getting to our function, right? That's what we're proving with doing the console logs.
This private add to cart, it's not showing on the website, but it's showing on the console.
It's not showing in the shopping cart. Yeah, we haven't done that functionality yet. Yep. All we've done is passed the data to the function and console logged it. Yep, we haven't told it to go to the cart yet. Cool. Good. Okay, cool. So now that we're getting in the cart, now we need to take that item that we're getting and put it in our cart, right? So at the top, you're going to make a global variable called cart. It's going to be an array. And it's going to be an array because it's going to be a list of things, and we don't really, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, just an array of what we're going to put in there. Doesn't matter. Yep. All right. So now that we have an empty array called cart, we're going to store it in. We're going to make an object and then store it in that array, right? So the object will be our item and our price, since that's what we're taking in. So we can make a new variable and be a const, and we'll just say object to insert. Sure. Okay. And we're going to set this equal to an object that is the object that we're putting in there. So we need a key value for objects, right? So we'll say item for our key type, and then item for our value, just to be confusing. And then the same with price. And then we can console log that. Okay, so we're just creating the object that we're gonna end up putting in the array. Is the item, and price confuse anyone?
Cost for the.
Three keys? Yep, you can definitely do that. So the key is just whatever you're gonna give it, like drinking cost. The item on the right side is the value that's coming from those parameters. So I'll change it to that just to make more sense. Drink. Yep.
But the. Oh, right, we need. This is.
Oh, okay.
We're good on that. Cool. So now we're gonna take this object and we're gonna put it in our array, right? So how do we do that? You're gonna push it? Okay. Now walk me through it.
Object transfer that push.
So the object, that's our object, it's not our array.
Oh,
So remember, our array is called cart, right?
of course, and then card, no, the card that push.
Okay, cart. Push, and then what are we pushing?
Object.
There we go. Okay. So for funsies, at the top of this, I'm gonna log the cart before we put anything in it. And then after we push, I'm gonna log it. So we can see what happens there. So I'm gonna say cart pushed. Okay. So what we expect to happen is we click the button for the object, for the item. It triggers this function, invokes this function, passes in the item and price. We then create an object with those key value pairs in it. And then we push it into the cart variable. So we should see in our log for the cart pushed an array with that object inside, right? Okay. See if it works. Okay, I'm going to turn off my live server because it's going to keep refreshing every time.
Doing something different in mind, because it's not requiring the logs in to do that.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because I'm not using the other function, so you're right. In the original function, it had an if state. I'll show you. It has an if statement right here. If not user logged in, so if it's false, then it tells you to log in. But I did not add that to mine, so yes, I don't have to worry about it. Thank you. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, forget you log in. Okay, cool. So, yep. There we go. So we have cart at the top on the console over there. It's empty at the beginning, right? Empty array. We have our object, we have our arguments we're passing in. We have our object that we're creating, and then cart pushed. You can see at position 0, we have the object that we just made. Make sense?
You expect the one far with 0, it still shows what's in that array.
Oh, okay. There's something, what's it called? I think there's a word for it that it's not, it like gets it beforehand. I don't know what it's called, but I think if I, oh, yeah. I bet if I console log cart outside of this function, like right after it's made. Well, it's not gonna console log that because I'm not calling that there. Maybe, let's see.
Doesn't seem to only be adding the first of the items.
That's, so I've only clicked on one.
If I push it multiple times, it's not adding it to my initial card, only the card push.
Why is-
Oh, right, because the first card is,
Oh, no, like this is adding.
It is interesting that it's like it's,
It's like showing you what that variable has currently.
yeah,
That happens all the time.
It makes sense.
yeah. There's a weird, yeah, weird reason.
When I have my second one.
Cool, okay, so yeah, so if we add the second guy, then you can see in the cart pushed, we have two objects now for each one, and then the third, so on.
That first card at the very top.
Yeah,
All three, it updates as you.
yeah, objects are, they're weird like that. Yeah, I don't know why it does that, but you can see empty, at least it should be, and then full. So. I wonder, I'm gonna go on a rabbit trail here. If we do cart.length up here, it will update. Right. All right, so 0, yeah, so it's 0. So it's, the length is 0. It's just for whatever reason showing that. Okay. Good on that so far? Easy enough? So we hit the add to cart, takes all that in, puts it in the object, shoves the object in the array, good to go. So now we just want to show it in our shopping cart. We'll let them catch up. Okay, so if you look at your HTML in your cart section, you'll see that you have this unordered list with an ID cart items, and there's no LIs in it, right? So we're gonna have to create those LIs with each cart item that we're putting in, and then put it here. So same kind of stuff that we've done before. We need to initially get this element so that then we can then put stuff, append stuff to it, right? So ID is cart item, so we can use that. So let's get on here. So how do I declare a variable? Okay. Const or let? Okay. I think it could be a const in this case, since we're actually just doing it. We're not like changing what's in it. Yeah, we're not like reassigning it, but a let is fine too. So we would do a loop, and I was kind of thinking about this because we're not supposed to get into loops till week 4, but but I think that it would be dumb not to. So we're good. We'll do a little loop today. First, we'll get one on the page, and then we'll worry about a loop. Okay, so let's say we're gonna do a let, and this is gonna be our unordered list element, right? So I'm just gonna say UL element. And so to get that, I do what? Document. Element by ID. What am I spelling? Holy mess. Get out of here. Yeah, cool. And the element or the ID was cart items. Okay. So we have this element now. So now we need to make LI elements to then append to this guy. Okay,
LI for the list, right?
Yep. yeah, UL or OL is your unordered or ordered list, and then within them you have your list items, LIs. Yep, we're gonna have to append them, but first we gotta create them, right?
You have to create a new paragraph for you, LI.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna do an LI tag. So we can do, I'm gonna put LI element. And then how do we create a new element?
Document, create element.
Okay, there we go. Okay, and it's gonna be an LI, right? So let's say LI. I'm just gonna log that LI element just to make sure it made an element. I'm not logging the UL element, but you totally could just to make sure it's getting there. Sorry, my son is trying to get his first oil filter. Okay, so now if I refresh this and I hit that. Okay, cool. So we can see my LI element is making an empty LI element, right? Cool. All right, so we don't just want to put an empty LI element on our UL, right? We need it to be like the item that we got. So we're going to need to do something to the LI element.
That the append he was talking about?
So we're going to append it after it's got stuff inside because we don't want to append it yet. Then everything inside.
You have to push it, so we make an array and push it into an array.
So we have our data in this cart array already. And we want to show that data inside the shopping cart, right? Or inside the list elements. So in order to add something inside in the inner, okay, hearing inner. So if we do li element dot inner text, so that equals something, right?
Card.
Equals UL.
Nope. So we're going to attach it to that later.
Oh.
Yeah. So just for fun, I'm just going to do a string. I'm just going to say cart item here, right? Okay. So now if we were to log that element again, oh, whoa, go away. I think it'll show us. Yeah, so you can see now inside this li element, it has the value or the inner text that I gave it, right? So it's not showing on the page yet because we haven't appended it to anything, but it's created in our memory. So, close, yeah. So inside our cart, we have objects, right? So position 0, we have objects with cost and drink. So we have to decide what do we want to show. So we want to show the drink probably and the cost. So we can set up our string to show that, right? So if instead of cart item here, we're just going to do the first element of the array right now, the first index. We can do our backticks and we can say item and then $sign curly bracket, and this will be cart, right? Because cart's where it lives in that array. And we're going to say at position 0. And then, so we're looking at this, right? This cart right here. Position 0 dot drink, right? That'll give us Americano. Okay. Dot drink. And then we'll go outside here and we'll do just a comma and we'll say price. colon. And then we'll do cart at position 0. Dot. Let's look at our object. So dot cost, right? Cost. Okay, so now if I refresh it again and I add it, then you can see this is now in our LI element. Item Americano and price 250 or 2.5. Did I lose y'all on that a little bit?
Show your.
Yep. So we haven't appended it to anything yet. We're just making that the LI with the string inside that we want to show. And then we're going to have to append that on, but we haven't done that yet. We're just getting it set up.
So we fold in those on the start. That as a key value.
So the cart, yeah, dot drink here. So this is the key. Yep. Yep. We're in the cart array. And so we're going to position 0. So this right here. So this is the cart array, right? And then we're at position 0. And then we're getting either cost or drink. And then that's giving us this value. So yeah, cost is key. And then I'm sorry. Yep. No, key is cost. And then value 2.5. And then key is drink by Americano. Cool.
I just didn't understand how that was.
Gotcha. Yep. So yeah, cart, that's the array. Position 0. So the first one, and then dot, whatever the key is. So key is drink, is giving us that Americano value. And then same here, cart, position 0, dot cost is giving it 2.5. That's where that object is on the array. Yep. And you can have 900 key value pairs in an object. So, but that's all as far as the array goes. At position 0 is that object, and everything inside of it.
Oh, okay. It was not thinking about the early thing.
Oh, records.
Yeah.
Go. You got it. Cool. Good. I see some confused faces. Please
Okay.
give me the questions.
That's fine, that's fine.
The template literal. Yeah. Yep. Yep, yeah, when you get the key, it gives you the value. Yep.
I know when I deleted it, but I did, I didn't delete it. Like, I know what I did. Very typical way.
Also, 0, 1.
Yes, so we have a place.
No, actually.
You will. Girl, no, I am not there yet now. Very well. I'm hoping it could. I'm gonna try it. Yeah.
So that is, our top.
Check out, we gotta do check out minutes and I was going to check out all of that.
So we're about to add the functionality to show it. We're making the list item now, but it's not, we haven't appended it yet. Once we append it, then it'll start showing. Yep. All right, we good? Cool. Okay, so we're getting the list item, right? But we're not doing anything with it yet. So now we need to actually append it onto our UL. Okay, like think of the UL as like the parent, the parent of the list items. Okay. So how do we append? UL element dot append. In this case, it would be a child, right? Because the li is a child of the UL, so we can do append child. Because we do want it to be, and if you think about that, the tree, it needs to be in one from the UL. So append child, and then is this what's it? Parentheses, yep, because this is a method. Yep. And then what are we appending to it? Li element, perfect. All right. All right, so this should, unless I messed up something, show up on the page now when we click the button. So let me go and see if it works. Bam, look at that. All right. So it showed up down there. Cool. When I very first did this, I got so freaking excited when I saw that pop up. I want to tell everyone.
How do we make the 2.5 look like $1?
So in our string here, we could add before here for this, we could add a $sign and then did it make it 2.50 or still 2.5?
2.5, yeah.
Okay.
it's-
Yeah. The 0 would be a little bit more tricky. Take it. Nope. That's the beauty of template literals. So you can just write it right in. So
We could add another 0 in.
you could, but what if they passed in 3.00 or just 3? Then you just have 3.0. So you'd really have to figure out a little something to, figure that out. But
Like, I feel like when you first showed us this, it was putting it in normal dollar format.
like 2.00.
Well, like, yeah, in
Or-
this case, it would have made it 2.50.
Let's see. Let me look at that.
That's where the original-
You can see it in the comment log. I thought it did too.
It's not doing anything else for it, but let's see. Getting rid of this though. So I log it in. Oh, it may be in the update part function. Oh, two fixed. Okay, yeah. So there's a method. Put this up here. Where did that go? Okay, so we can add on to a floating point number or a decimal, the method to fixed, and you tell it how many decimal places you want, and it'll make it that much. So in this case, we're gonna say we want 2 decimal places. So if it gives it a 2.5, it's gonna add a 0 for that second decimal place. So if we look at it now, then there you go, it's 2.50. Definitely been a minute since I used that.
What was that? One slide, it was just-
Yep, so the 2 fixed. Yeah, and you can, I mean, you could put 2 fixed 10 on here and it'd get ridiculous. Okay.
Pricing that.
You could, yeah, I mean, definitely is a use case, you know?
This, that. But then we have to do it 2 more times for the other 2.
Yes, which can get annoying very quickly, right? Which will make a loop. Yep, yep.
Oh, this part makes more sense than
This is, I mean, it's all logic, right? So it's like, if this does this, then that does this. HTML is like, all right, we're gonna put some structure on a page. So, yeah, I'm much more comfortable in this, like front end, back end, whatever. Depends on what the job is. If you're a front end developer, you know, you're gonna do, but a lot of, if you have a designer, like they're gonna design it and you just have to build it. We're all full stack where I work, so we do everything, which is why I love Bootstrap, because then I can just like make it look good without having very much skill. Where I work, it's just me, so yeah, but like there's 3 of us and we're just all full stack, so none of us specialize in like the front end or whatever. So, but if you're at a big company, you may just be back end, you may just be front end. Yes, you definitely need to be comfortable with it, yeah. Yeah. All right, everybody good there? Beautiful. Okay. So, we were just discussing, so if you want to now add a second element and show it, you're gonna have to repeat this. Do the same thing, right? So we're gonna have to make a new li element. Put the inner text in, and then append it to the child. So same thing, like over and over and over and over.
There's nothing in one array, will it just be blank, will it still just blank?
It should be blank. So if we don't ever push anything in here, it shouldn't show anything. Because you're gonna have an empty li element. Yeah, it's hold on. Wait. One comment. Oop. Okay. Oh, okay. So it does do a line because it is taking up space. The li element is taking up space, just doesn't have anything inside of it. Okay. So let's go back here. Right there. All right, yeah. So if we want another one, we'd have to keep repeating ourselves over and over. Sucks. So we can do a loop. So we'll skip ahead a little bit and talk about loops. I'm not going to go into way detail because we're going to do that later. But basically a loop is something that loops, right? So it's a block of code that's just going to keep going until you tell it to stop. We're just going to do a for loop today. We'll get into other types of loops later. So we gotta think about the logic of it. So we click the button, so we're adding it to the array. And then when it gets added, we also want to display it, right? So, but we're gonna want to loop over the array to get all the deets, or all the objects, right? So we do want to go ahead and push it in before we do the loop. Okay. And then we'll want to do the loop so that we can then display it. Now in the loop, we're going to have to create all of these elements and everything, but luckily we can just do it all in there. So cool. Okay. So a for loop. For loop is, it looks weird, I think, but it's very cool. FOR. Yep. Yep. So this is what it looks like. Again, it looks big and scary, but it's not. Okay, so loops loop over arrays for the most part. There are times you can do objects, but we'll get into that later. But for the most part, when you have a list of stuff, so an array, you're going to, and you want to loop, you want to display it or whatever you want to do to it, you're going to loop over it. So that way each loop is whatever is inside of it. So the object, right? And then you're going to do whatever to that object. Okay. Cool. So index here, this is where it's going to start. There's three spots here with semicolons you can see. Okay, there's 1, and then there's 2, and then there's 3. Okay, so where you're going to start, in this case, we're starting at 0 because that's the index we're starting at, right? The beginning of the array, 0 index. Okay. The second part tells it when to stop. No, tells it to keep going until this is not true. Okay. So in this case, we're saying index, which is 0 on the right now, is 0. If 0 is less than our array.length, okay? Now array here needs to be the name of your array, okay? So if you named it array, then you're good, but typically you don't do that. So cart, yep. So cart is the name of our array. So we're looking at the length of cart, okay? So if 0 is less than cart.length, we'll go. If not, we're not going anywhere. So if cart is 0, if cart length is 0, then this will not run. Okay. Cart.length has to be greater than the index that you're on. So if cart is 3, then this will run 3 times, right? Because it'll go 0 index, first index, second index. Okay. So 2, well, it'll go to the length, -1. Actually, that'll error, so we can show that. The third thing, this is the incrementer. I don't think that's the right term, but maybe. So, well, it could also be a decrementer, but this is what tells it how at what frequency to keep going. Okay, so we're doing index plus plus, so we're just adding 1 to the index each time. Okay, you can change this to +2 to +7 to -30. I wouldn't do that, but you can do it. Sometimes you may want to start at the back of an array and go forward, or yeah, sure. So you could do --, say you're going to start at the back. So then you would have to make your index like cart.length -1, right? To be at the end of the cart. So anyway, in this case, we're just going forward 1 step at a time. Okay. This line I typically delete, but this is just taking whatever position you're at, it's taking that and putting it in a variable called element each time, just so you can just do element whatever, instead of doing, so this is gonna be cart. Instead of doing cart at position index dot whatever, you could just do element. But again, I don't like that, so I'm getting rid of it. Okay. So just for fun, let's console log our index so we can see what position we are at. Okay, everybody got their for loop written out? Looking beautiful, using semicolons, not commas in the for loop, right? You'll find out if you are. Okay, add that to that. I'm gonna comment out this. Nah, that's fine. It's okay. We can run it like this. Okay. Okay, so you can see here, we went through, we added 1 to the cart. So we're at index position of 0 in our in our loop, right? So if we add another one, we can see now index position 0, index position 1. So it went through the 0 index and then it went through the 1 index. Cool. Okay. So, and also we can look at our cart here to show that. So 0 index it went through, 1 index it went through. It doesn't have any of that data yet because all we're doing is logging the index position. Okay. And then if we hit the third one, then we can see it does it 3 times. 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. 0, 1, 2. Okay. So now if we want to actually see some stuff, we can add in here instead of console logging the index, we can still do that, but let's console log cart at position of index. Okay. So now we're taking that cart array and we're going to look at what's at position index, right? So the first time we go through, index is 0. The second time we go through, index is 1. Third time, index is 2, right? So we'll look at that. Let me do my little thing here, cart index. Again, this label does not matter that I'm doing square brackets or anything like that. This is just so we can see what we're looking at. Now, we can see here, cart at position index, which is 0, is that first object in our cart. So if we look at our cart. So it's that very first object, right? That's what we're seeing here. Cart at position index. Make sense? This can get very confusing, so don't feel bad if it isn't clicking. Okay. So now if we go ahead and add another thing to our cart, then we can see index position 0 gives us this object at position 0, Americano. Index position 1 gives us latte, which is at position 1. So 0, Americano, 1, latte. I see lots of smoke. Yeah. No, no. Just letting it sink a little bit. Yep. Yep. So each time we go through the for loop, this index is going to increase by 1. And we're using that here. Whatever number that index is the position of the array that we're looking at on that loop.
So you haven't used the for loop at the time. Code below.
Yep, we'd have to do, yep. And then like we don't know how many the client is going to go and how many we're going to click. So we just end at 3 because that's all we did. So this way, this makes it dynamic. So that way, as many as they add in that array, it's going to loop through and do it all. So this way at the bottom, not practical at all. Loops, practical. Okay, makes sense so far? Good, cool. All right, so now we know that with each iteration of the loop, you hear iteration a lot, we're getting that object at that index position, okay? So we want to do what we did below for each one of those objects, right? So we can just kind of steal our code down here. We don't need to get the UL every time, right? Because we just want that one time. So we can put that above our loop. Go here. Oh, geez, deleted it. Okay, there we go. So it's option on a Mac. You got a Mac? I think it's Alt, maybe.
Yeah.
You can also just cut and paste.
Okay, you don't have to, you're just gonna be on the same line.
Yep.
Okay.
And then up or down.
Remove that whole line.
Cool. So we're keeping the UL outside of the loop because again, we don't want to make a bunch of ULs. We want to make a bunch of LIs, right? Okay. Cool. So now we're going to go ahead and move our LI code into there. And if you can highlight a bunch of stuff and then also move it the same way. Cool. So first iteration, we go in, we're gonna create our initial LI, and then we're gonna set the LI. So here we have card at position 0, but we don't want position 0 anymore. We want the current position we're at, which is index. Okay. And a lot of people will replace index with just I. You'll see that a lot in for loops. Change here.
You should just do an I or 0.
No, it's gonna be I. Yep, because you want, you don't want the very first one, you want where you're at, which the very first iteration will be the first one, but then the second one won't, right? So you don't want to put the first one in again.
We use eyes, that just.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I is that temporary variable that's storing your index position, or index in this case.
So if you're so.
I mean,
Programmers do like to shortcut all
Yeah.
those names.
Would,
I, J, and K comes after them.
when I have to, if I ever handwrite one, I'm using I. Yeah, but luckily VS Code, if you hit 4, then if you hit the second one, then it'll just make it for you. And I love saying this later on. We'll look at other ways of doing loops that are not like this. They're more of like doing a method. So you'll do like array dot for each or something. Anyway, we're not there. So cool. So in going through the iteration, we've got the making the LI element, the inner text we're going to change, or we're going to put in the LI element. And so again, we're using index, so cart with index in the brackets, so that we can do it on every iteration. And then the same thing with the costs over here, price. Make sense so far? Cool. So once we have the LI made, then we're going to need to append it, right? So we can put this in here. Ah, geez, copied. So just move it. Okay. Right.
Index of decided that add
In the let's see.
I'm doing the same thing.
Oh, I see. Okay. So let's think about what it's doing then.
square bracket, which is the index, not the LIL.
On the,
I did one where I created the LI.
Hey, listen.
okay. So we create a new LI. Should work.
It's because we are creating the element in the for loop, and every time we increment index, it then runs that many more times. So that's the third time you run 4, it will loop 4 times. That's why it's creating the extra LS.
You also has the children from the previous time.
Right.
Right.
Right. Because we're updating the list element inside of the loop. And so it's creating, the loop is running every time we increment the index, it runs another 4 times, then 5 times, then 6 times. But because we are updating
Well, it looks like
the list, it's gonna,
the inner text we're doing by the index, but the LI element is still giving us all the elements in the right. Correct.
right, but it's because the creation and appending is happening in the loop. The appending is also happening by like
Okay.
however many times.
So we need to move the LI up, is what you're saying? I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I was saying that creating the LI element outside of the loop and then just changing the text, appending it, and then because the UL is also outside the loop when you append it instead. I think,
like this. And then
and then you're just changing the inner text.
okay, and then we leave the UL inside.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give it a go and see. Yep, looks like it worked. Sweet. Okay, so let's go over that again so it makes sense. So we're creating the UL, and then we're creating the LI, and then we're start looping, and we change the element that we made out here, the inner text, to whatever we want, and then append it. And so when it comes in again, it's changing the, okay, so it's appending a new one. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's changing, so it's using that same LI element each time. It's just changing the text and then appending a new LI element to the UL. Make sense? It's kind of weird in my brain, but
Yeah, I think it's like when it becomes a child of UL, that you essentially copy that like element.
Mhm.
Thinking about it.
yeah.
So we can put the LI element appending at the top because it knows when the forward comes, the forward to go back up there. Yeah, we're just using that same LI element and just changing what the inner text is before we.
You're saying the append child?
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's weird to me is that it's above, that's what this is the.
That the create element is? Yeah,
Because of
hoisting.
hoisting, it's still hoisted up there, it's the top.
I think in this case, it's not a hoist. It's we're just making one LI, and then we're changing the text, and then we're putting it into the element. And so it's kind of like making a little copy of it each time and putting it there. But yeah. Let's see what the cheater code had. Oh, did I delete cheater code? I'm gonna delete it.
Wondering if it's still
That's
adding all the devices to the cart.
What's what? Okay, so yeah, it's adding, oh, I put 6 in there. Oh, I know what you mean. It's- Yep, no, it looks like it's just adding. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't adding like doing the UL every time.
Gotcha. Yep, that looks good. Right. Cool, so, make sense? A little weird, it's a little weird thing, but we gotta figure it out. Y'all gotta figure it out. Cool. Two issues that I think we can figure out before our time is up. One is if I add another Americano, you see it adds it down here, right? So really, we should have like ×2 or something like that, right? Or a quantity. And then our total is not doing anything. So let's tackle the quantity part first. What do y'all think we should do?
Let's do that first.
Do the math first? Is that easier? Yeah. Okay, we can do the math first. So, okay, what do we want to do with math? How do we handle that?
You have to create a new variable.
Okay,
All of the counter variable for the price.
okay. Where should we make that variable at? Want to make it global? Just for fun? Okay. What const let bar?
Cost total.
Total change. If it's const, if we did const. Yeah. So total, right, yeah, if we did const total cost 0 or whatever, we couldn't add anything to that. Yeah, so we'll do let 0. And we'll just initialize it to 0. Cool. You could do, and it might be safer to do it in the add cart, like make it inside here. Because if you had I don't know, a rabid function that was doing weird stuff, it could then affect that because it is a global variable. So probably would be better do it in here. But we could try either way. What do I call it? Total cost? Okay. So we got our variable initialized. So what do we do now? Yeah, I just put it in the add cart function.
Now you want, every time somebody adds something to the card, you want that.
Okay, so we do that inside the loop. Okay. So what would we do?
Part in the index.
Okay. So we,
Dot. Total cost.
so we have our total we're doing total cost right now. We'll do quantity. Well, but actually you're onto something there too, though. That these are gonna end up intermingling. Let's say for now, for simplicity, you can only add one of each kind for simplicity. Go ahead.
So our variable we just created total cost plus equals our card index dot cost.
Love it. Does that make sense?
Say it as you type it.
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Total cost.
Yep.
So we're gonna add that to itself with plus equals. The card index card index, and then dot cost. So the key value pair.
Okay. Cool. So then outside of the for loop, we will console log our total cost to see if it does increase. I'm going to remove some of the console logs above just so it's a little more clear. I'll leave our object. I'll get rid of these guys. Okay, cool. Now let's see if we add to cart. Okay, total cost is 2.5. Okay, 5.5. So 2.5 plus 3 is 5.5. 9. Okay, seems to work. Cool. Now we want to actually show that in our total down here.
You can go back to my side.
Yep. Gotcha. It's doing exactly what we told it to do. Yeah.
Had to talk to then also just saying that let it be zero, just stay at zero, so I just had to.
Gotcha. Very nice. All right, cool. So now we want our total to actually reflect the total. So let's look at our HTML page at that total. So what are we going to do here? Or what are we going to do about this, I should say?
The document inner text.
What'd you say?
You gotta document that. Get it right.
Okay. All right. Is this going to be in my for loop or out of my for loop? Out. Very good. Okay, so we're gonna make this a variable. Total element. That up so I can see it. Get element by ID. Our ID is total. Okay, so I'm not gonna log it, but so we have that element and we want to change the inner text, you said? Is that right?
Yes.
Whoa, hello. Inner text. And that's gonna equal. Total cost. See. Oh, looks like it. Yep. Now we can add that two link or two, whatever it was, two fixed to make it look like a number. And you can see in here, I put two, there's a lot of twos. Like you can do a lot of stuff. So we'll do that. So that'll give us our nice dollar, American dollar looking thing. Cool. Makes sense. Okay. So now, what if they buy 2 Americanos or 3 lattes? That's going to affect this. So how could we keep track of the quantity that they buy? Okay. Just a variable by itself? Say it again.
I'm just saying,
Like let quantity equal.
So we have, you have an idea?
I think I'm wrong, but could you have an array with objects in each side, because you're gonna have like item, for even item count. And then when you're going through that array of unique items, then you're modifying the object, like the count within the object.
Yeah. So we have an object that has information already about the coffee, right? That they're getting. It has a name, it has a price. It can have a quantity, right? So if we go to our cart, whenever we're creating this object to insert, we can have a quantity object, right? Or quantity key value pair. So when it gets added to the object, if we want to add the quantity to it, right? Add 1 to the quantity. So what we need to figure out first, is let's see. So when they click the add cart button, we need to look at the array, the cart array, and see if that object is already in it, right? If it's not there, then we're going to go ahead and create this one with a quantity of 1, right? So this object insert, you have to comment right there, is if it's not already there. So first we would need to know, okay, does the cart array already have that item in it. Okay,
Okay, but if it's stationed on our loop.
we're gonna do it right when we hit that add cart. We want to know right then, is it already there? So this will be before we ever get to the loop. I did just add quantity 1 to this object insert. So that's, if it's not there, that's the first time through, its quantity is going to be 1, right? So at the top here, we're going to need an if statement. Actually, we're going to need another loop, because we do need to loop through the array to see if it's there, right? So we're going to add a new loop. So we'll do another for loop up top here. Using I or index in your second for loop is fine, as long as they're not nested loops. Once you get in nested loops, then you have to have different names for the index. Just do 4 and then push down. It'll be the second one that pops up, and hit enter. Yep. You should, yeah. IntelliSense, like intelligent and sense. So IntelliSense. Yeah. How to do it? Yeah, just hit 4, and then the second one down. You should all go home and handwrite these though.
Backwards.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna add a little comment above this for loop, so we know what it does. So this is gonna be to find if object already exists in the cart. Okay, so what are we looping through? The array, what is the array? Cart array, perfect. We're gonna go through the cart. Okay, so we're taking in the item and the price, and now we're gonna take in the quantity as well, right? Well, no. Because it's just gonna be 1. Every time they click will be 1, so we don't need to know a different quantity. Okay. So we want to look at the cart. So on each iteration of the cart, so first we're going to see if there's anything in the cart, right? So if actually, nope, strike that. Because if there's nothing in it, it's not going to run, right? Because this is what this handles right here, cart length.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, so we know that there's something in the cart at this point. So we need to see if the cart at the position of our index, and we can check it. If we had an ID, we could use an ID to check it, but in this case, we can just use the name of it. So dot item. So that would be Americano, latte, whatever that is. So if the cart item, what am I doing? Is in the array. Oh, nope, I'm doing that wrong. So we named item drink, right? For our key. Yeah. So if index at, or if cart at our index dot drink equals to item, then we know it's already in there, right? That object is in there. Okay. So remember, item is what we're passing in for the name. So it's Americano, latte. And then in our object that we're creating, drink is our key for our item. Okay. So I think if we look, yeah. So in our object, we have drink and cost. So drink would be our Americano. And when we're passing it in, when we click the add to cart, on my email, then item that we're passing in is Americano, latte, whatever else, which you can look back at your index.html and go to your add cart and see that right there. I'll lose anybody on that.
Be honest.
A little bit. Okay. Yep. So when we're doing the add to cart function, we hit the button. On the on click of the button, we're passing in that Americano string and then 2.5 for our price. So these arguments are being taken in by add to cart here with these parameters, right? So the argument Americano is item, and then the argument 2.5 is price. So what we want to know is in our cart, is there already an object with Americano? Okay, and this is the way we're setting up our object here. And so in this case, drink is the key to our item value. So it'd be Americano or whatever.
What's the three?
3 equals is it the same and is the type the same? So if you were to do 5 and then 5 with 3 equals, it would be false. But if you do 5 and then 5 with 2 equals, it would be true. So 3 just checks type as well.
Basically, the more equals, like more is less.
Yeah. But there's not 4 equals, so don't worry. It's only 2 or 3. And then a single equals is an assignment operator, right? So when you're assigning a variable, you use just one.
Got it. So it's 2 or 3.
Yep. Yep. Cool. So we're saying, all right, is this object with this name drink for the key equal to the item? Okay. If it is, then we just need to increase its quantity, right? So we can do cart at position index dot drink. Nope. Oh, make sure you're outside of your brackets. Dot quantity. And we can just do plus plus, right? Because we're just adding 1 to it. Okay, so we're getting the array, the object that we're at, and then the dot quantity of it. So the keyword quantity, the key quantity, we're increasing that value by 1. Make sense? Cool. All right, now let's say else. So if it doesn't exist, then we need to put it in the array, right? Cool. So we can move our object here where we're making our object. We can move this into our else here. And then we need to get our push functionality right here. And put that inside the else as well. Okay. So if it does match, cool. We don't need to make it again. We just need to increase the quantity. If it doesn't match, we need to go ahead and just make that object and put it in the array. With- Say again?
So then if it doesn't, then you have the object created to the array.
Yep, yeah. So if we're looking at the array, if it already has this object, we're just increasing the quantity because they want more than one. If it doesn't, then we need to actually make that object and push it into the array. Just like we were doing before, we're just doing it in an else now.
It feels like that's gonna break the thing we did with the LI element, where we took it outside and moved it in like 9.
So we're doing all this beforehand, right? Because all that's down here. So this is just, again, it's just making our objects in our array or updating them.
So this doesn't like mess up the append child thing that we did earlier.
Nope, shouldn't touch that at all. Because that's all down here in this its own for loop.
It's a good start to raise it.
Hmm.
That's where you have to think where you place the order of things.
Yes. Yeah, order does matter. I think I mentioned that on a Slack or something, but JavaScript reads from top to bottom, right? So the reason that it does hoisting with the functions is so that you can have access to them. But yeah, anything else, yeah, is top to bottom.
Mine is not doing anything on my other page.
Because four is only running. There's one already there, and so by moving all of our object inserts into the loop, it's not adding them. It's not looking for me.
So like, it's not adding anything to my target. And I feel like it's kind of including the logic we were talking about.
Yeah, I think you're right. So this is saying if the index is at zero, if it is less than cart length, so if cart length is 0 and index is 0, it's not going to run. So what is a way that we could have it run at 0. So if this,
Okay.
nope, still forward.
Less than or equal to.
Okay, less than or equal to. So this is something you'll do in different times in your loops. So if you want it to run, so the weird thing about cart length is that the length doesn't match the element, right? So if you're at element 0, your cart length is 1, right? Because there's one thing in there. So if you do like we did, just with the less than, it's not going to run, right? If there's nothing in there, like you'll find out. So 2 ways you can do it. I think you can do, like you said, the equals, because then you're saying, all right, if it's indexed 0 and there's 0 in there, okay, less than or equal to should run. Another common thing that people do is cart length -1, because then you're saying that basically you're setting them up the same, right? So you're saying the cart length is, actually, will that work? I think I've done it before. Because if it's 0, -1, so I know. So 0 is less, but 0 would be less than.
That's it, like, one day.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay, so let's do the equals. Okay, let's see. Did it fix it? Did you already try it? Didn't fix it.
No, neither one of them fixed.
Let's see. So.
I got you.
Is that going in there?
Oh.
What's up?
The first thing you put the button in current length will be 0, right?
Yes. Oh, so it's getting down here.
So if it's, try to access like the 0 index dot ring.
It's not there.
There's no-
Yeah. But we're not getting into this loop, right? Okay, so we are getting into the loop. It's just. Yeah, so it's saying it can't access index.drink because it's not here. So,
Because we haven't inserted yet.
right.
So we do that, let's check.
So this is a common check that you'll have to do. Well, did we talk about ternary operators yet? A little bit, the question marks? No? Okay. That's okay. We'll talk about this later. But so it's just a shorthand way to do if statements. But so we got to think about this. Like y'all are saying, there's nothing at the 0 position right now, and it's trying to get to drink. So this works. Like this is the less than or equals is getting us in the loop. It's just once we get here, we're getting an error because there's no dot drink on an index that doesn't exist, right? Because right now it's just an empty array. There's no object inside of it. Okay.
So maybe we need, before we run the logic, we have a different if that just checks if length 0 or
Yeah.
length, if length 0, do the insert. Else if.
And
So.
I feel like a do while
It's a little
would
bit-
allow you to, or forces it to go through the loop every once. Either a do while or a do, one of those two forces it to go through the loop. every once.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
It's turned.
Use what? Ternary?
It's
Yeah.
not ternary.
Ternary? Ternary? Yeah, we're not using ternary right now, but we will. And you're getting ahead of yourself. No, so yeah, there's a different kind of loop called a do while that will go through one time and then continue while something is true. But we don't need that in this case. All we need is, like you're saying, we need to check the length, and we can check the negative, the false value of it. That sounds weird. So we don't have to do an else. So basically we need to check if the length of the cart is greater than 0, right? And so we will say if length of cart is not, wait, is, nope, less than or equal to 0. So if it's less than or equal to 0, that means there's nothing in it, right? And if it's that case, then we can't check the drink stuff. But actually we will need an else. So if it is, let's see, that's best probably equals 0, then we'll add this guy. Yeah, and then, okay, this is better. Yeah, we can do an else. Okay, so if it is equal to 0, because it's not gonna be less than 0, then we need to add the new one in, right? Because there's nothing there yet. If it is greater than 0, then we need to check if it's already there. So we're gonna run this guy. So we're gonna do nested if statement in here. Okay. So far, if it is 0, if the length of the cart is 0, we know there's nothing in it. So we need to go ahead and add that first object into it, okay?
Do the cart dot push stuff or no?
Yes, yeah, we're gonna move that. So initially though, if it's 0, putting that object in. If it's greater than 0, so else, so we're just using a basic if else, right? Then we need to check if it already exists, if that item exists. If that item does exist, we need to increase the quantity, right? If that item, so if it's greater than 0, but that item does not exist, then we need to insert the item, right? Okay, so we're gonna grab this else here. And we're gonna throw it up. I'm gonna delete this just because we just moved it. Okay, and then the cart dot push, we're gonna need to add up here as well. Under this guy. Okay,
And one of the under.
because we're making the object right here, and then we're pushing it in right here. Okay, so if there's nothing in the cart, we're gonna create the object that needs to go in the cart with the quantity of 1, because it's a brand new object, and then we're gonna push it into the cart, into our array, right? Everybody good on that? Makes sense? Okay. If it does not equal 0, so if it's greater than 0 is what we're saying, because it's not gonna be negative, then we need to check, all right, does this object already exist in the cart? Because now we know there's something in the cart, but we just don't know if it's this object that we're pushing in. Right? So if it is already in the cart, then we don't need to make a new object. We just need to increase the quantity by 1. Okay. However, if there is something in the cart and it is not what we're pushing in, we then need to add the new object to it. Because now we've got stuff in the cart, so we didn't hit this top if statement because there is stuff there. We just need to see if that stuff is what we're pushing in or is what we're passing in. If it is not, we then just make a new object with a quantity of 1.
Because you wouldn't need to increase the quantity anymore, you just need to go to the next.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, because if it's a brand new object putting in, quantity is 1. Yep.
My for loop is not starting with the index.
You have less than equal cart?
Yeah.
Okay, let me run it and see.
Yeah,
Sure.
still doesn't like trying to go into that index.
General property undefined range. 85. Oh, 85, it's, yeah. Let's see what our cart is. So undefined on the second. Is it not? Oh. All right, so our index at position 0. The joy of debugging. All right. Card dot length was plus, so we're at 0. So position 0 is undefined. Card is into array.
Sorry, may, or I can explain it.
Yeah, but-
But for this card, that length is 0. If you move it out of the loop and then put the loop inside this else,
Oh, that's what you're saying.
that way it's like, it either adds it or it's gonna increase the quant, like,
Yep, that makes sense. Okay. Got that.
Well, so you move the initial length.
Yeah.
Outside of the floor.
See if we're ready for the win, almost. So it's still doing the second one.
anything else after the first check.
Oh, yeah. Which one?
Right here. Right there, 80. Line 80 is else,
Which else? This else?
just type else right where you are,
Yeah.
then that goes to the end of the for loop.
Oh, I see. You're putting the else, the for loop in the else.
Yeah.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
Hopefully that works.
Yeah, we'll see.
At least for the first one.
Nope. When does it go into the third one? All right, let's think about our logic here. So what we changed here is if the length of the card is 0, there's no reason to be looping over it because there's nothing there, right? So we're saying if the cart dot length equals 0, then go ahead and just push in that new object. If it does not equal 0, so it's greater than 0, then we're looping through, we're looking at the first one, and we're seeing if the drink is there, right here. So our drink, so the first one it worked. So we have next up drink, and then if I added another one, so that I didn't like that one. Doesn't like this. All right. Oh, you know what? I think that might be it. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we didn't need the equals this time. So it was matching the wrong index since we had that equal sign. So now we're starting at 0 and going up until the length of the cart. So what it was doing is if you do less than or equals, it's going to go to the full length of the cart, right? So if the cart length is 3, then it's going to take the index up until 3, right? But index at position 3, when the length is 3, doesn't exist, right? I can show you.
So you still took this statement out of the loop?
The top one, yes. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we got an array. 1, 2, 3, 4. The length of this is what? The length Length is 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 elements in here. Now, the array at position 0 is what? 1, right? This means that's right. The array at position 1 is what? 2. The array at position 2. Array at position 4. 3, sorry, 3. So the array at position 4. Under 5, right? So that's what it's doing with, if we put the equals in there, if we say, if array dot length, if I, so let's say I is 4. Well, it's I. Okay, so each time we go through the loop, we got an I, right? And so if I, so this is gonna be the length part of it. This guy. So I is 0 and we 1. I is 1, we 2, right? 3, 4. So we're going through a loop. When we say I is less than or equal to length, when we get down to 4, 4 is, if I is 4 and the length is 4, it doesn't match, right? Makes sense? I know it sounds weird, but, yeah, if you do less than or equal to, then it's gonna go full length of the array, which you're not gonna have. Your index is 1 below that. That's where there's 1 and 0, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's why that one,
So what's the solution to that?
to not have the equal sign. So we're just doing I is less than cart dot length. So right here we have the equal sign, index less than or equal to. So we're gonna get rid of the equals. Okay. We'll worry about all that in a second. Just, does this make sense? Okay, all right, so take it from the top. We got 4 minutes, we can do this. Okay. The first thing we're gonna do when we come into the cart is we need to know, is there anything in the cart? Okay, so the very first if statement, is there anything in the cart? Does the cart dot length equal 0? Which means it is empty. Right? So if we got an object we're passing in, we're gonna put that in the cart. So we're gonna put something in the cart. Okay? So we're creating the object, pushing it in the cart. That's the very first thing we're gonna check. Is it empty? If so, put it in there, quantity 1, good to go. Good on that. Yeah, the for loop is what is below. We'll get to there. All right. So again, if the cart is empty, if it has a length of 0, we're just gonna put the object right in. Okay. All right. So if the length is not 0, meaning there is something in there. Okay. Then we are gonna start our for loop. Yes, yeah, the for loop is inside your else block. Let me make this more clean. This is why clean code helps, because my brackets are all wacky. Okay, there we go. Okay, so if there is something in the cart, then we're going to start looking in the cart. So we're going to start the for loop. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do when we get in the for loop is we're going to see if what we're passing in matches any index in the for loop. Okay. So it's going to say, all right, position 0 of the cart. Does that match what I'm passing in, the object that I'm passing in? for the item that I'm passing in. Okay. If it does, then we're not going to create a new object because we already got the object in there. We're just going to increase the quantity by 1. Okay. Okay. If it does not, so if there is something in the cart, but it does not, none of them match what we're passing in, we're going to create the object and push it just like we did in the first place. That's probably why loops are 444. Yeah.
So what's it doing now on our webpage?
So on the page itself, it's not doing anything because we haven't told it to, but you can see that it's just adding and doing our total still. But if you want to see, we can log the cart after this.
No, I'm just, there was a lot. So I'm gonna have to process that afterwards, I'm sure. You're gonna share this after it's cleaned up, right?
Yeah.
We can look at it.
So if I had a bunch of Americanos,
You did, you got.
Robert, and then I look at my cart, you can see the quantity's 4 now. I added a console log that you probably didn't add. Yep. Yeah, it's been a while. It's so Zach was telling me last year, he was like, it's hard to teach like the beginner level stuff because I just don't remember it. Yeah, yeah. Right.
Is that what it's saying?
All right, it is 2 o'clock. I don't want to hold y'all up. I'll finish the actual displaying the quantity and send it out to you guys. And I'll send this out too, so you can see it. Yeah. I'm not kicking you out anyway. I'm just saying it is 2. So if you need to leave, you can.
You don't want us to.
I love it. As long as I get to my concert tonight, we're good. Don't worry.
Oh, is it going to do?
Do what? Hinder and Saliva. Gonna be at the tower. Gotcha.
You lost me.
He's gonna figure out, go through and do something.
Yeah, I will.
You can go.
No,
You not give me time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. It's probably loops or week 4 for a reason. They're supposed to be week 4. Yeah. Yeah.
Something on mine is still actually there in the door. Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll push it out. Good.
So.
All right, let's see. Let me add the quantity.
Three equals when it's equal in both the type and the type, like in the value.
Okay.
So in JavaScript, you give it like a string of number 5 and it is equal to.
I will. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, five the numbers.
Yeah, I'll bring some summer for donuts.
Numerical format, but currency.
We have to,
Thank you, Brian.
yep.
This.
Stop sharing my screen. Stop.